all right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Jazz Dog, Dragon Knight Dragonborn, Side Deathful, Sebastian Oval, Gwyn, Windleby, and I think that's it for now. But hopefully there's more. Oh, Stream Elements bot. Sure, I'll shout you out. How are you doing today, you wonderful people? You may have noticed that I've gone back to the regular backdrop. I will show you what I was using as a backdrop for a little bit. This, I like this. It's very visually noisy though, and in editing when I am cutting between things like hard cuts, they don't really work that well with it. And also I'm noticing that this is also a very large file. I pulled it from like a 12-hour live stream, and I could probably stand to cut it down a little bit, but it is pretty resource intensive to run. So I'm just gonna go back to this for now. I do like that video though, because it is like a live video of my current background taken from the same aquarium. So how are you all doing today? I have some movies to talk about. Obviously not as many as last week because I was doing catch up, but we've seen some movies this week. I saw Treasure, starring Lena Dunham and Stephen Fry. I saw Tuesday, starring Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Inside Out 2. And I'm sure you're going to be like, why are you reviewing that one? Well, I've got a couple Patreon requests this week to get through. So the first one was Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time, and the next one is Incendies, which is an early Denis Villeneuve movie. So all of that, how are you all doing? I've also got some topics to talk about today. And, you know, obviously the Star Wars fandom is blowing the F up right now, and not in the good way. So we're definitely going to talk about that. But before I get into that, I want to do a warm-up segment. So let me... Hey, Epic Kirby, how's it doing? Here, where am I at? Okay, here we are. Is that a biopic about the story behind the Wendy's Hot Nuggets? Incendies? No, I wish it was that lighthearted. Anywho. Let's get started with my warm-up segment of the day. So, I've been an MCU fanboy basically since the beginning. When Sam Jackson showed up in the theater at the end of the first Iron Man, I shouted out to the theater, "Oh shit, it's Nick Fury," before anybody else knew what was going on, before he even said his name was Nick Fury, because, you know, I'd been reading the comics and stuff. I have been a huge fan of the MCU, and it's no secret that they've kind of been hitting a slump ever since, like, Endgame and stuff like that. Endgame was like a big, you know, climactic point, and they've really lost their momentum since then. They don't really seem to have a direction. A lot of their projects now are like the Disney Plus series, which are too short to be TV shows and too long to be movies, so they're just kind of bloated. And a lot of the movies are just very much the same generic stuff we've seen over and over again. They've really lost their stride. A project that has been announced for years, but we just have never really seen any, like, solid leaps toward actually making it, is the Blade reboot, starring Mahershala Ali. Now, Blade was like one of the first big Marvel movies to actually come out in theaters. I think their first theatrical release was actually Howard the Duck, and then we got Blade in 1998. And the original Blade movie with Wesley Snipes is, you know, fantastic. I think it really holds up today. It's definitely a product of its time, and there's some kitschy charm to it, but I think it's a really solid film. Blade 2 was a fun monster movie directed by Guillermo del Toro, and Blade Trinity has, like, it's such a hot mess, and it ultimately is what gave us Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, so there's some value to be found in there. If you're gonna reboot Blade, you gotta find a new and fresh angle for it, right? And I don't know that they're going to. Mahershala Ali seems to have this as a passion project. It's something he actually approached Kevin Feige about doing. And so he's very particular about it. And it seems like, well, why don't we take a look at see what the Hollywood Reporter has to say about it. Why Blade can't cut through development hell. Hampered by strikes and a changing studio strategy, Marvel's Mahershala Ali starring vampire thriller is a case study in stops and starts. Marvel Studio... Oops, come on. Is this gonna be a thing where I highlight it and it's gonna zip up? Because I hope not. I've had that before. Alright, Marvel Studios keeps trying to unsheath Blade, but the vampire thriller is stuck in its scabbard. The latest setback occurred in recent weeks when the feature lost director Yann Demange, the second Helmer to exit the project. Some sources say both sides grew frustrated by Blade's prolonged development process, also known as development hell. Development hell is a well-known term for projects that just never seem to get off the ground in Hollywood. There are a lot of things stuck in development hell, whether it's just they've got a script that's been shopping around and they're just waiting for the right director to come along and that never happens, or, you know, Hollywood is just a bunch of jugglers tossing scripts up in the air at any one point. So, you know, it's not unusual. For something as high profile as Blade, that has an established franchise that is well respected, seems odd that it's taken so long. Star Mahershala Ali is also said to be increasingly frustrated. Ali, who has been attached to the project since 2019, handpicked Demange after the project lost director Bassam Tariq in September of 2022. At the time, Blade was in pre-production and about 2 months from principal photography, but Marvel came to believe that Tariq was not the best fit for the project, according to sources. Marvel then presented Ali with a list of directors for consideration, but Ali conducted his own search after having concerns that the list largely featured filmmakers who were untested at the big studio level. Now that's interesting, because that has been Marvel's bread and butter. Marvel has been picking up-and-coming directors who make it big on the indie circuit and thrusting them in to make to helm their big features. But what that actually ends up meaning is they're just there to direct like the dramatic scenes, the human-to-human scenes, the dialogue scenes, because so much of these movies are already scripted and laid out by the VFX previs department along with the producers before they even have a director attached. And usually it's just like, yeah, you're here to direct the human scenes, we'll handle the action. It's usually how it goes. So for Ali having an objection to that, sounds like he doesn't want to go for the standard Marvel process, which I applaud, because it's gotten very samey. And honestly, if you go back to phase 1 of the MCU, you see so many differing filmmaking styles, and some of them are better than others. I tend to think that like Captain America, the First Avenger, is not necessarily the most amazing film ever made. Thor is an interesting one. I think it's over-reliant on Dutch angles, but it definitely gives it that distinct look. And of course, we've got Iron Man, where it has that very loose improvisational feel because they were working without a script. But once you start getting into the Joss Whedonification of Marvel, it just becomes this machine that just keeps churning out everything looking the same and feeling the same. And while I can understand that for keeping a cohesive universe, like on one level, like if you're making a TV show, you would generally probably want to make something like that. We're kind of at the point where it's like it's no longer novel that we're having team up movies, right? It's no longer novel that we have an interconnected universe. And so if you keep making movies that just look the same, what are you offering anyone? And so, like, honestly, before I even continue reading, I would suggest that if they're looking to get Blade to have like a really good distinct feel, they should stop worrying about making an MCU film. They should stop worrying about having it tied into the rest of the MCU. They should worry first and foremost about making a good film. And if they can find a good way to get it to tie in, then great. But if they can't, they shouldn't force it. And they should let the movie do what it wants to do. So let's continue on. Ali has at times exercised an inordinate amount of influence over the project in a way few other actors have on Marvel movies. Of course, Mahershala Ali is a very respected and decorated actor. Does he have Oscars? I know he's been nominated at the very least, but he's a pretty prominent dude. Part of it stems from Blade's inception, which began when Ali called the studio after winning the Oscar. Yeah, there it is. After winning the Oscar for his work on Green Book and said he wanted to do Blade. Ali has envisioned Blade as his Black Panther, according to sources. Dimage's Blade was batting its wings toward a shoot starting in May 2023 and hired yet another writer, True Detective creator Nick Pizzolatto, also an Ali pick, to bring the script over the finish line. But it was all for naught, as the writer's strike, then the actor's strike, shut the movie down. People have missed about 3 windows to shoot other movies or shows, an agent notes. But unlike other Marvel projects that were shut down and then restarted, including Deadpool and Wolverine and Thunderbolts, Blade instead let most of its actors go. Delroy Lindo and Aaron Pierre among them, and went through more writers. Marvel hired Michael Green in November, and right after Dimage left, go-to Marvel writer Eric Pearson, who had pleased the studio with recent work on Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, jumped in. That's not a good sign. If Marvel is really happy with a writer who's writing multiple things, and in fact, here, Eric Pearson, what else has he written? Okay, let's pull this up. Eric Pearson has written, he's additional crew for Quantumania, but he wrote Black Widow and Thor Ragnarok. Now, writing Thor Ragnarok is not necessarily the accomplishment you want to tout, because nobody is thinking about the writing in Thor Ragnarok. Thor Ragnarok is notable for Taika Waititi's improvisational style. And then Black Widow was kind of just, here is another Marvel product. He wrote Godzilla vs. Kong, which, like, that's a fun movie, but nobody is calling the MonsterVerse like high cinema, right? Like those are popcorn movies where monkey punches lizard. He wrote on Agent Carter though. That's a plus. And he wrote a couple of the one shots. So okay, all right. So he's got. Most of his writing work seems to be, actually, aside from Godzilla vs. Kong, all of it's Marvel. Anyway, that being said, that says that he's a company man. And that doesn't really speak well for the state of the project if Ali is trying to carve out something that's in his own niche and isn't just another Marvel project. So if they're bringing him in, he's already writing 2 other movies that are coming out soon, we'll see. Been such a long road that memes of an aged... Come on, don't do that. Been such a long road that memes of an aged Ali at the far in the future premiere of Blade took over social media after the latest Helmer parted ways. Even Wesley Snipes, who played the vampire hunter in a trio of movies released by New Line, weighed in. Blade, lordy, Snipes sniped on X. Oh, the writer liked writing that one. Sniped. Also, stop calling it X. We're not doing that. It's Twitter. Ali's attorney, Shelby Weiser, told THR in a recent interview that deal was in 2019 and they still haven't shot it, which is pretty much the craziest thing in my professional experience. Well, it also, like, this was Ali's decision. Basically, if you win Best Actor or Best Actress at the Oscars, you have your pick of next project. And that Ali called Marvel after his Oscar win to be like, yo, I want to do Blade. Like, that says that this is his passion and he's throwing a lot of weight to it. Like, for instance, Michelle Yeoh won the Oscar for Everything Everywhere All at Once. And out of all of the projects that she could do post-Oscar, her big thing was saying, hey, I want to make sure that Star Trek, the Section 31 movie gets made. And that's coming out later this year. Whereas Marshall Ali won for the Green Book however long ago, 2019 at the earliest, and he still hasn't had this movie made. On top of last year's strikes, Blade was a victim of pandemic delays and Disney's full steam ahead pivot to streaming, which forced Marvel to overproduce and overdevelop its slate. There wasn't enough attention paid to it, says one insider. It really was a casualty of the too much era. That could explain why Blade kept on shifting storylines and time periods. The version that was aiming to shoot last year was set in the 1920s, according to sources, and featured Mia Goth as a vampire villain named Lilith who wanted the blood of Blade's daughter. Goth remains attached to star in the project. For another iteration, under Tariq, Marvel built a massive train set, but it was never used. It may be passed on to a different Disney production. The new take on Blade is set to be present day. Okay. Remember when I was talking about carving out a niche and making something unique for Marvel? Why are they abandoning a 1920s movie to set it in present day? Everything is set in present day in the MCU. Give me something set in the 20s. That sounds awesome. Honestly, I bet I know why they didn't do it. I bet I know why they didn't go for it. It's because Marvel is trying to maximize their sales, and they probably don't want to make a movie that has to so on the nose address things like racism, because Blade is a black dude, and setting a movie starring a black dude in the night. Let me refresh on my end. Let's make sure that it's going. Are we back? Do y'all see me? Hello. I'm gonna wait till somebody in chat says they can see me. Okay. Hey, Wintleby. Okay, so what happened was, it is hot in Seattle right now. It is, in fact, 85 degrees. And unfortunately, my rig is running on the exact same line and the breaker as the AC. So I have to shut off AC for me to be able to do this stream. Okay, so I lost a bit of steam there with my Blade thing, but back to it. Where was I? Let's see. Okay, right. So right here, where it says they want to set it as present day, I was literally just talking about how Blade needs to be able to carve out its own niche, and it can't just be the same as everything else. And I would much rather see them do something set in the 1920s than said something present day. But what I suspect is that they're afraid to set it in the 1920s because a black man in the 1920s is going to experience a lot of racism, and they probably don't want to do a movie that's focusing on that because it's Marvel and they kind of want to go for lowest common denominator, and they don't want to touch any hot button issues like that. Other than the most, like bare bones racism bad kind of a message that they would throw in something else, But I think this is a shame that they're changing it to present day. I really don't have faith in this project right now. It is unclear how many millions Marvel has spent on Blade, counting the development and pre-production costs, but it's not stopping now. Marvel has learned in recent years that it does not pay to be rushed into production, and the studio prides itself on having a high development to production ratio, something that eludes most other companies. The new plan calls for the scripts to be written over the summer and then go out to directors. Marvel chief Kevin Feige holds a special place for Blade, considering the Snipes 1998 movie an eye-opener for him and one of the inspirations for focusing on B-list characters in the early days of the MCU. As he remarked in 2017, a character nobody had heard of at all had only appeared in a few issues of Tomb of Dracula or something turned into a big franchise. It was always a great lesson for me where you go, it doesn't matter how well-known the character is, it matters how cool the movie is. And then here they've got scribes who've tried to sharpen Blade. Boy, this writer really likes coming up with their puns. February 2021, Marvel hires Watchmen writer Stacey Osei Kuffour to pen the script for a project that has Oscar winner Mahershala Ali attached to star as a horror hero. Fall 2022, Beau DeMaio, who created X-Men 97, takes his own stab, described as a period piece. That must be the 1921. And Beau DeMaio, like, I don't know what happened with him in Marvel. X-Men 97 was a fantastic show. He wrote the first 2 seasons. Obviously, second season is still in production. But, you know, for animation, writing is like, you get that done right away. So he's written the first 2 seasons, but then they fired him and they're very, very mum on what's going on there. So I don't know why he was fired, but, well, he seems to be on the outs now with Marvel, so we're not going to see that. April 2023. With the writer strike looming, Marvel shows out for True Detective creator Nick Pizzolatto to write. He worked with Blade star Ali on season 3 of the HBO series. Okay, so they've got an established relationship. That makes sense. Fall 2023. After losing original director Bassam Tariq, Marvel taps Michael Starbury, When They See Us, to write a new script for new director Yann Demange. Fall 2023, the studio hires star scribe Michael Green, known for well-received genre movies Logan and Blade Runner 2049. Okay. Wow. But where did he go? With Demange exiting as director, Marvel brings in studio mainstay Eric Pearson, who has pushed scripts for Thor, Ragnarok, Black Widow, and Fantastic Four over the finish line. So, yeah. Quinn says the Watchmen movie had really poor writing. DeMaio was probably too political for Blade. Well, yeah, DeMaio is very political. Like, and you see that in the X-Men 97 show. Like, he understood how to do X-Men story. It has to be equal parts wacky soap opera and, political commentary. And he really, really managed to nail both aspects of that for X-Men. I would love to see Beau DeMaio write a Blade movie, but I don't think Marvel's going to work with him again because they're not even talking about why they fired him in the first place. So, there it is. Honestly, I'm going to be real. I don't think this movie's ever happening. Like, every single time I hear something about Blade, it's always about how there's another delay. I never hear any positive movement on this film. It's always back to the drawing board. It's always, we've hired a new writer, we're going to get it out. We've hired a new director, we're going to get it out. We've scheduled the shooting, it's going to be 3 to 6 months from now. And then the next time I hear it, it's like, oh, we've hired a new director, we've hired a new writer, we've scheduled the shooting for 3 to 6 months from now. And 5 years from now, we're going to see another headline that says, Blade finds new director and writer. Mahershala Ali still attached to star. But, like, Wesley Snipes had made a tweet kind of mocking it and, like, saying that by the time that it comes out, Mahershala Ali is going to be, like, super aged. And it is a concern. So, I don't know. I have been a huge fan of the MCU for a long time. I have been souring on a good, solid Blade movie could bring me back, but it doesn't sound like they're ever going to get there. So, it is what it is. Okay. So what happened when I came back from stream is that OBS just automatically created, OBS likes to do this thing where it's like, oh, we've got like another live stream that we can just make for you automatically, but it pulled one from like a year ago and recreated that for some reason. So I was live there for like a minute or so, and I just went ahead, deleted that, and then recreated the stream to connect to this one. It's super weird. OBS and YouTube, they're a little funky there. But I actually think it's probably something on YouTube's back end. Anywho, with all of that out of the way, I need to, since I had to reload all of the, I've got a bunch of Twitter pages open, but I have to recheck them and hide my messages drawer there because I don't want people seeing my DMs when I pull up all of this stuff. But we have some Star Wars to talk about. All right. Yeah, let me get a sip of water first before I get started on this one. Okay. Well, we've finally done it. We've gotten to the point where death threats are being issued. The Star Wars fandom has always been toxic. It's always had that element to it. There has always been people who feel very passionately about what they think Star Wars is and go on the offensive against anything they perceive as a threat to their own conception of what Star Wars is. And we're at the point now where it's like I was describing it to my mom, and she just thought it was the most absurd thing she'd ever heard. So let's set the stage. In the most recent episode of The Acolyte, we got to see Ki-Adi-Mundi. And actually, why don't I pull up Ki-Adi-Mundi on Wikipedia? That seems relevant. Okay, so Ki-Adi-Mundi, this dude from Star Wars, you know, he's got the big old giant head, and he has good relation. He worries about the droid attack on the Wookiees, and you know, all that stuff. He was in the prequels. He's a Jedi, big head. He appears in the latest episode of The Acolyte, and The Acolyte is set during the High Republic era, which is like a couple centuries before the modern Star Wars movies. I think this one is actually at the tail end of the of the High Republic era, so it's only like 100 years before Phantom Menace. But this guy shows up in it, and so you know, because he showed up in this one, prior to that, there had been like some like supplemental materials that had given his age as like 70 by the time of the Phantom Menace, which means that 100 years before the Phantom Menace, he wouldn't have even been born. But it was never established in like any kind of a story thing. It was just like a trading card or like a Star Wars Insider article, right? And so this is a retcon, but only in the very like, you know, most bare bones thing of saying, well, nobody cares about a trading card, right? You would think. We've got this tweet. I think this tweet is the origin of where all of this went down. It's not the biggest one. You can see it only has 700 likes. But we'll get into who picked it up. So, Derek Anderson at Derek B. Writing says, these ass clowns literally just changed the birth date of Ki-Adi-Mundi on Wikipedia to align with the Acolyte's revisionist history. Disney Star Wars is garbage. Now, I'm going to get over here, and here you can see where they're getting this information from. So, this was from Star Wars Insider. It says, Ki-Adi-Mundi plays a major role in several battles during the Clone Wars. Born in 92 BBY. BBY is before the Battle of Yavin, or Star Wars Episode 4, for people who don't know the nerdy Star Wars, calendar thing. So, since I think the Acolyte is set in 132 BBY, this means that he was born like 30 years after that originally. But it's never been in any kind of like story thing that's established that. And, you know, he's not a human, he's an alien. So like he could live a couple hundred years and who cares? We've also got here, I think this is the origin. This is the first time. This was from a 2003 prequels Top Trumps card. So this was a trading card that gives his age as 70, his height as 78. 78 what? I don't know. But humility of 22. Look at that. Oh, that's some big lore. Yeah, I bet if you go to Wikipedia, you will find that he has a humility rating of 22. In fact, why don't I go ahead and search 22? Nope, there was there's CC2224, also known as Cody, so that's, a clone. Star Wars Helmet Collection 22. Star Wars Insider. Huh. That's weird. If it's such an important lore thing, you would think they would have added it to his, Wikipedia page that he's got a humility score of 22. Right? That makes sense. Right? Or it's just a trading card written by an intern for, for some tie-in merch in 2003. Yeah, imagine getting Huffy over a card. It's funny you would say that because you've been following my channel for a while. You know who's coming up. Hey, Star Wars Theory, my best friend in the world, my pal. What do you have to say?
Wikipedia now says Ki-Adi-Mundi was born 132 years prior to the Acolyte so that it will fit in with his...
Hang on. Is this loud enough for you? Let me go back. Let's bump this up. Okay.
Wikipedia now says Ki-Adi-Mundi was born 132 years prior to the Acolyte so that it will fit in with his... Whoa, wait! Wikipedia just changed their shit right now in real time?
Yeah, it's a wiki. That's how wikis work. You can go in and edit things. You notice how, anytime a person dies, somebody immediately goes on Wikipedia to change it from so-and-so is to so-and-so was? That's kind of the point of a wiki, is that it is a collaborative process where people can edit things to update information as it comes out. And since Ki-Adi-Mundi didn't really have any stories about him as a little kid growing up in the BBY 80s or anything like that, doesn't really matter, and it's easy enough to just update it and say, yeah, he was born sometime before 132 BBY. Let's see what he has to say.
Quick! They are quick! A native of Syria, Ki-Adi-Mundi was born prior to 132 BBY. In 132 BBY, Mundi participated in a small council meeting called by Master Vernestra Woe to discuss the emergence of the Force-sensitive assassin Mayho Anasea.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Alright, this is very boomery.
Oh, It's unraveling before our eyes. Just
What's unraveling?
Canon now? 132 BBY?
Yes, it's canon now. Acolyte is a Lucasfilm show for Star Wars. It's Star Wars media. That makes it canon. Now, it's not Legends canon. If you go to Legends canon, he was still born in 92 BBY because Legends is an entirely separate thing from existing Disney canon. And if you want to actually... Here, why don't we just go on over? Notice up here, Wikipedia has this thing where when there are characters who were established prior to Disney's acquisition and prior to the canon reset, they've got a canon page and a Legends page. So let's hop on over to the Legends page. And you'll see on the Legends page, it says he was born 93 BBY. Not 92. So that seems like a little bit of a discrepancy, but you know what? What's 1 year? Who cares? So, if you're talking Legends, then sure, he was born there. But the canon that's being changed isn't Legends canon. If you don't hold to Disney, then okay. Acolyte isn't Legends canon, so no skin off your back. But they didn't edit this page. They edited this page, which is the Disney canon. Great? Okay. Glad we established that. Hopefully nothing else happens.
What are the origins of his birth? Where was he born? What are the stories?
Epic Kirby says, why are they arguing about when the salute was born? Look, it's not actually about this. They don't actually care when he was born. They have found something that has contradicted prior established lore. You can't see my hands, but I'm doing air quotes. because that's the grift. Because Disney is the big villain. Now, I agree, Disney is an awful company. But I dislike Disney for very different reasons than these people dislike Disney. And these people have it all tied up into these culture war talking points. And so it's not really about Mundi. It's not really about any one specific thing. It's whatever excuse they can find to hate the thing they were predisposed to hate. Dude, you meant to say dude. I assumed salute was whatever it was a typo or something like that. But yeah, anyway, let's continue. Let's hear him out.
I mean, that's an extra 40 years added to his life. So
damn, 40 years added. All right, hey, Disney, if you want to buy my life and add an extra 40 years to it, go ahead. I'll take it.
Gonna get an extra 40 years of lore for Mundi. I'd love to know the story, Wikipedia. Can you guys please explain the 40 years? I mean, you guys are supposed to be for Star Wars. What are you doing? You're just bought out.
You guys are supposed to be for Star Wars. You're just bought out. Well, Star Wars was bought out by Disney, and Wikipedia recognizes the Disney canon. It's still made by fans. They're not bought out by anything. They're just acknowledging where the current state of Lucasfilm is at. You know, Lucasfilm that owns the rights to Star Wars.
Moments later.
Site error. God damn, they were quick to get on that one, eh?
We have to update it to Leslie Headland's shit lore that she just created and manipulated.
Closing reference.
That she just created and manipulated. Okay, that's what writing is. I'm sorry that you don't like Leslie Headland because, you know, she's presumably because she's a woman, you know, the wokest of the genders. Anyway.
93 BBY, but then you scroll down, was born prior to 132 BBY.
Okay, he's lying though, because I'm pretty sure here. Let's take a look. Can we check? No, I don't want to see view source. I want history. Okay, let's check the edit history. Okay. So you can see there's a bit of an edit war starting the 19th of June. A lot of these. Look at how many edits there were. Let's go here. Let's go to 500 so I can just keep scrolling. Okay. So this one is the first edit on the 19th, added sources and appearances. So if we pop on over here, okay. Here, Control F 132. Nope, that doesn't have it yet. So maybe it's this one. This version, born prior to 132 BBY. Okay, so you'll notice there it has the birth date. Here, in fact, this one was still edited on the 19th. Let's see what it looked like on the 17th. Oh, that's interesting. It didn't give his birth date there. It just says when he died. It's when you go to the Legends page that it gives his birth date. So you're lying. You're actually lying. What's BBY? It's before the Battle of Yavin, which is Star Wars Episode 4, when they blew up the Death Star. That's the... Anyway, so yeah. So this video is lying to you because it's saying, oh yeah, you go up and it's 92, and you go down here and it's 132. You're comparing different pages, you liar. And it didn't give his birth date as 92 or 93 on the canon page. It was on the Legends page. Liar.
32 BBY. Huh? I don't understand. How was he born before? Because they just manipulated the system because of a shitty show where the showrunner has no idea what Star Wars is. Wikipedia.
Again, they don't actually care about the date. It doesn't matter. The date is the excuse. Now, let's see what happens here. So Wikipedia, the official Twitter account for Wikipedia, which now follows me, by the way. I was they did a couple of Twitter live spaces or Twitter Spaces, I think they're just called, that I was talking on about this, but as the account says, Star Wars is for everyone. You may not like everything that gets produced, but that does not give you the right to tell others they cannot enjoy it. Not every piece of media released will resonate with every fan, and that's okay. Enjoy what you enjoy. Now, this was June 18th, but let's see what happens here. Chuds, June 19th, once they saw the edits. Chuds are going after Wook Official now? Y'all the fuck? Oh, so much. We've seen vandalism on the site and so many personal attacks in our DMs. Here's a small snippet of the sort of messages we've been inundated with the last 24 hours. We've got here, pathetic Star Wars sucks now, that stole it from us. Fuck you, so corrupt and untrustworthy as you suck, presumably Disney's dick or something like that. And then over here, we aren't going to mince words on this one. If your response to an editor adding a date to his article on Wikipedia is to tell them you hope they and their pets die, you are not a Star Wars fan. Hate like that has no place here, and you are not welcome in our community. They're sending death threats over the age of a character whose age never mattered before. And I talked about this a couple days ago, that the vitriol and the hate for the Acolyte seems to me to be an escalation. Star Wars has always had its toxic elements. When the prequels came out, people were so awful to the cast and crew that Ahmed Best almost killed himself. Jake Lloyd developed schizophrenia. And George Lucas sold the franchise to Disney because he didn't want anything to do with it anymore because of the fans. But I don't know anybody on Twitter who's been talking positively about the Acolyte who hasn't immediately gotten hate. In fact, when I tweeted out... Wait, let me see if I can pull up that tweet. Hang on. Where are we at? Sorry, I didn't have this one prepared, so I need to pull it. Yeah, here we are. The fandom menace backlash to the Acolyte feels different. They've always been loud and angry, but I don't know if it's Musk's Twitter or something else. They seem worse this time. Things are escalating. And you can see here I've hidden things because literally within minutes of me posting that, I got somebody going, has it occurred to you that the Acolyte might be different? I'm not interested in LGBTQ agenda series at all, but does even the LGBTQ crowd think it should be crammed into a Star Wars series? And then I have no idea who this is or how they could possibly reply to me if I had blocked them first. I've blocked them now, but within minutes of me making this post. So like they're just searching Acolyte. Epic Kirby says, look, I'll be honest, I don't really care about the Acolyte. I'm burned out of Star Wars shows and waiting until they make another movie. Sure. And like that's actually kind of another point that I want to get to, and something that I touched on when I was in the Twitter space with Wikipedia, is that these people make it harder to give honest critiques of Star Wars. I'm not the biggest fan of the Acolyte. A lot of these people have been mocking episode 3 for the song that the witches were singing, and I also thought it was a little cringe. But I can't really talk about that without getting lumped in with them. In fact, I was even, just earlier today, I was looking through a Twitter account that had, like, it almost seemed like it was talking about, it almost seemed like it was just part of the fandom menace, but then I was reading all of his tweets, and while I disagree with a lot of his takes on stuff, he wasn't part of this culture war thing. He had, like, actual reasoned critiques of Star Wars. And Disney Star Wars, and it wasn't wrapped into this whole, oh, Kathleen Kennedy must die and all this stuff. But my immediate instinct just seeing him was to assume that he was part of the same group until I like went and actually looked at his tweets, and it's making it hard. It's drawing these battle lines where they don't need to be, and it's making people like not want to give their honest critique for fear of being lumped in with these people. They make it harder. It makes me think of, like, there was an a classic episode of South Park where basically the end joke was, hey, look, the KKK is supporting something that we think is ultimately the correct decision, so we have to tell the KKK that they should support the opposite of it. That way everyone will be in favor of it. And it may be something like that, where like these guys, if they have such a tainted reputation online that like if they want something accomplished, they should probably take the opposite approach at this point. But, well, with the death threats and everything, it's getting on. Star Wars Theory is not very happy that he is being blamed for the death threats being sent to Wikipedia here. He's talking, I don't know what this post said because they've deleted it because, you know, Star Wars Theory quote tweeted them, and he's got 62k followers and 3 whatever million YouTube subs. He's a big account with a lot of hateful people in his audience. So I can understand deleting a tweet if he quote tweets you. So he goes, politely F yourself. These aren't my people. Don't attach that to me or there will be serious consequences for you. These are people on their own, nothing to do with me. Please find where I have instructed people to send death threats to anyone, quite the opposite. Okay, so if we go back here, Wikipedia says it's telling that we didn't get any threats until immediately after he told his followers to fix Wikipedia. The ones that came to vandalize the site from that are the ones we got threats from. We've got other people here saying, woke up to DMs telling me to kill myself, rape threats, replies calling me slurs that don't even apply to me, and people telling me to get back in the kitchen. Just an average day in the Star Wars fandom as a woman. Like, Theory is trying to act like he has nothing to do with any of this. And certainly Theory has never said the words, go send death threats to these people. That's not how he operates. JazzDog says all he had to do is say that he disavows the threats. I disagree. He has to do more than that because he does give passive things. He says, I do not condone threats. The problem is that he is responsible for the audience that he cultivates. And so it's not just enough to say, I do not condone threats. He has to say, if you behave in these if you engage in these behaviors, you are not in my community and you'll be banned from everything. He has to front load this stuff. He has such a massive platform that he has to be more responsible than just after the fact saying, whoa, death threats, no, that's nothing to do with me. I didn't tell anybody to do that. It's stochastic in the way that he operates. And here, instead of, you know, taking a good look at the audience that he has cultivated and, you know, the hate that he foments and the death threats that stochastically arise from that because he's not a responsible content creator, he's threatening legal action. Here we've got potential lawsuit against Wikipedia, which is also embedded. This is the same video here on Twitter, but so he is threatening a lawsuit against Wikipedia for saying that death threats came because he told people to edit. But the thing is, like, we can check the times. We can see when he did his stream saying, wow, they edited Wikipedia on his stream, and then people see him point that out, and then they go and they start harassing because he was saying that this was a bought out woke website that is sold out to Disney. Like, do you understand? It's when you say, will somebody rid me of this meddlesome priest, and then somebody goes and kills the priest, and then you say, well, I didn't tell him to kill somebody. Like, it's stochastic in that way. But, you know, let's hear what Theory has to say.
These are the kind of videos I just really don't live for.
Let's make sure the volume's retained. Okay. And here we are.
I just don't like doing these kinds of videos. I think they're so ridiculous. But here we are. You guys remember during the live stream? I'm not going to drag it out. The live stream for the watch party, and you guys were spamming chat like crazy. Like, check Wikipedia. They just changed it. And I did. And I reacted to it. I'm like, holy crap, they're actually changing it in real time with like no reason whatsoever, just because the show says so. And like,
yes, that's how it works. When Disney when Disney canon changes, they update the website for the Disney canon. Yes, that's how it works. That's how all fan wikis work. When changes happen, people go and update it, and oftentimes right away, because there are diehard fans.
changes everything like that. What was pre-established, for they had what they had written for however many years, and then they just boom like that change it.
Does he not know what a wiki is? Like, I can't believe that he's actually this dumb. Like, he knows what he's doing. He's in on this grift. He is friends with Mahler and those types. Like, he knows the audience that he's cultivating. He knows there are dollar signs behind hating on Star Wars. Hating on wokeness. He knows that playing into the culture war makes him a lot of money. But he also is, like, acting like he's above it all, while he's, muck deep.
On a show that really makes no sense and has no business putting Kiadi in there. So now, I guess because I'm making good
It
arguments.
has no business putting Kiadi in there just because you don't like that they're doing that. Like, it's okay, you can say, hey, I don't like that they're doing that, but they have business doing it. Lucasfilm owns Kiadi Mundi, and Lucasfilm said, okay, let's put him in this show.
They have a few psychos, a few assholes that are going around sending them death threats. And now their audience and they themselves are purporting that I am the one sending these threats. It is...
Yeah, because they didn't start until you were covering it on your live stream. All of the harassment started after you covered it on your live stream. Exactly, Orson Zed. Yeah, that's how it goes, right?
Me, my responsibility, my fan base, my people. And I made a statement on X, on Twitter, that is erroneous, that is ridiculous. How many times do I have to make videos where I denounce this kind of behavior? I mean, if we're going to start measuring...
Well, I would love to see you point to the videos where you denounce the behavior. But considering that you are throwing this aside as like, oh, whatever, I denounce it, like, just as an aside, but the real problem is them accusing me of it. Like, that's not a denunciation, that's a CYA.
Death threats, I think I take the freaking prize for that one. I think I take the amount of abuse that these people send me is insane. But that's...
Okay. Here's a good opportunity. If you are in my audience and you send any of these people harassment or death threats, you're the fuck out of my audience. You're the fuck out of my Discord. You're the fuck out of my chat. You're the fuck off my Twitter. I'll ban you from everything. I think Star Wars Theory and his ilk should be blocked on social media. But if you start harassing them and sending them death threats, get the fuck out of here. There, Nia, that's how you do it.
The price you get when you are on YouTube. It's not favorable. I wish it wouldn't happen. I could go into stories and we can have a channel about abuse that happens online, and I'm not the only one. It's everybody online. So look, I have denounced this kind of behavior so many times, but to go ahead and say that because there are a few psychos who disagree with a decision that you made, Wikipedia, and then to throw that, your decision to do something with your business, your channel, your website, and the angry fans that came from that decision, and to say that a few of those
same angry fans that came from your stream, dude, you are, by your own admission, the largest Star Wars YouTuber. And you were doing a live stream and you covered it, and that's when the harassment started. It's not hard to put two and two together.
Psychos and bad apples are because of me is
Yes.
really, really wrong.
No.
I have always told people to be extremely polite and extremely respectful.
You aren't polite and respectful. This guy's such a liar. He's so dishonest. Sorry, pause Andy here. Let's keep going.
And I've never told anyone to send death threats to anybody because I get it the most. I really do. I have the largest Star Wars channel in the world, and with that comes the most passionate fandom. With that comes a lot of anger, entitlement, jealousy perhaps, whatever. And with that comes a lot of, you filter it down, just crazy.
Inspirator says, to be fair, I will still blame the man less than the mob. I still don't think he deserves to be 100% absolved, though, and I agree that he should give his audience at least a disclaimer. I'm not saying that he is the one who sent the death threats. Absolutely not. But as the largest Star Wars YouTuber, he sets the tone for his audience. And if he was responsible with his audience, it would have never gotten to this point. If he was responsible with his audience, he would be banning people who behave in behaviors anywhere close to this years ago. He would be actively making sure that that kind of behavior doesn't foment in his audience. And at some point, when you've got millions of followers, there's only so much you can do to do that. But I don't believe he does anything to do that. I don't believe he is engaging in any kind of audience curation. And I don't believe that he is actively telling his audience the correct ways to behave. I don't believe him. And so he bears some responsibility for this.
People have gotten every single death threat in the book. I've had people call my parents. I've had it. People send R threats to women I've dated. The list goes on. And not to make it about me, but I am trying to tell you that I know firsthand how. I remember the first time I got them, I was like, what? This exists? But now it's just like, oh yeah, cool. Get in line. I remember.
I will say though, for him to say that he gets it the most, dude, you're a straight. Are you white? Straight white guy or white passing guy at least. You don't get it the most. You at least not proportionate to your size. I'm sure you get a ton of it. You're a very large YouTuber, so yeah, that happens. But like, just try to be a trans woman on the internet. Like, I guarantee you there are trans women like 1,000th your size who get more hate than you do.
Reading a Forbes article about Wikipedia. They do, if I'm not mistaken, it's online somewhere, you can find it. Back in 2015 or whatever it was, they do 120 million, it's online, 120 million page visits a month, which is insane as websites pay like 10x YouTube. 120 million, and that was 2015. I mean, maybe I'm getting the numbers wrong, but it was something ridiculous. Enough for Forbes to make an article about it. An entire article for them. So, of those 120 million people, you're going to tell me that people that are pissed is all from my fan base?
Yes. Because there was a massive uptick in edits right around the time you started talking about it. Like, do you think all 120 million hits per month were all going over to the Kiadi Mundi page? Like, no, dude. We've got the timestamps. We have the cause and effect. We have the order of events. And what you're doing is you're pulling up view stats from 10 years ago. Come on.
No, dude, you got like, what is that? 50 times, literally 50 times my entire subscriber base you get in views per month.
Also, that's not 120 million people, that's 120 million page views. That's people are going to see more than one page at a time, you know.
Please do not make these claims. I run at this point a very serious company who handles a lot of different jobs and tasks, and I do not appreciate the slander that you are throwing towards my company. If you continue to lie and purport that my company is sending you death threats or
Whoa, hold on. Who said your company is sending death threats? Who's lying now? Here. Where was it? It's telling that we didn't get any death threats until immediately after he told his followers to fix Wikipedia. The ones that came to vandalize the site from that are the ones we got threats from. That's not saying his company sent the death threats. That's saying they got the death threats after he covered the thing. Like, if you're going to claim that Wikipedia is accusing you of something, you better make damn sure you've got the claims right, because you're saying potential lawsuit against Wikipedia. You better make sure that you know what your accusations are, my dude.
My followers to send you death threats will take legal action against you.
Oh, let's go back.
Reporting my followers company is sending you death threats, or reporting my followers to send you death threats will take legal action against you.
Okay, there you
Do
your
not
followers.
Like that defamation. You are quite a big presence. You're not a little shrimp fry on Twitter with a couple followers. If you continue, I will file a lawsuit against you. I'm telling you right now.
Okay, let's... You know what? All right, let's throw the gauntlet down. Hang on, I need to look. I need to look something up right now. I know his name is public knowledge. Okay. Here. Oh, he's got his own Wikipedia page. Let me pull that up, shall we? Sorry. Okay. Alright, Star Wars Theory, your own Wikipedia page. Niatus Dadba, better known by his YouTube channel, Star Wars Theory, is a Canadian YouTuber with 3.29 million subscribers. Okay. Niatus Dadba. You are responsible for the conduct that you foment with your channel. Because of the way that you handled the Wikipedia edit of Kiarimundi's page, people got death threats. If you hadn't covered it that way, those death threats wouldn't have happened. So yes, I, Gayfesh, am saying that Niatus Dadba holds some responsibility for death threats being issued to the editors of Wikipedia. Come the fuck at me, bro.
That being said, no, I do not condone death threats. I've never sent fans against anybody to send death threats. People have free will. Just like they're sent towards me, they can be sent towards anybody. People are assholes. There's asshole people everywhere. I can't control that. All I can...
You can curate your audience. You can make sure that the way that you purport yourself on stream and in your videos is one that doesn't foment this kind of a toxic environment, this kind of a toxic attitude. You are a hate streamer. You spend every single day making content hating on the creators of Star Wars for bigoted reasons. You don't actually care about the minutia that's being got wrong on Star Wars. Nobody cares. Nobody cares that Kiarimundi was born in 93 BBY or what his birth date is now. That's irrelevant. You can control your rhetoric. And your rhetoric has a lot of influence on your audience. And your rhetoric is the kind of rhetoric that leads to death threats against Wikipedia.
Do is say, be respectful. What do you think that means? Be respectful, but hey, send death threats. I'd appreciate it if you and anyone else trying to defame company would stop, persist. We can take it from there. You know, you did something that people didn't like. I know firsthand when you do stuff like that.
You did stuff that people didn't like. They updated a Wikipedia page to reflect information that had been brought to light in the latest episode of a Star Wars TV show. So they did the thing that you do with a wiki.
People will have a reaction. It's on the internet. So that's it. That's all I got to say about it. So didn't want to make a statement. Didn't want to upload a video about it. But
yes,
you
did.
It's now
You love making videos about this stuff.
out of the point where you're slandering my company, and I want to. This is the first step. I take these things very seriously, especially with a.
This is actually not the first step. The first step, if this is what you actually mean, is to issue Wikipedia a cease and desist. That shows that you actually are serious from a legal perspective. A cease and desist demonstrates to the other party that you have contacted a lawyer and that you are willing to take further legal action. Right now, this is all posturing and bloviating. Be respectful, but also the sequels are the worst movies ever made. Star Wars Theory. Yeah, sure. No, he is not respectful. He is a liar. He is motivated primarily by money. I don't think he necessarily cares whether or not he's a bigot. I don't think that's his primary motivator. I think he recognizes how lucrative it is to fall into that grift. And because of that, the bigotry follows. Because he is recognizing the culture war is a good way to make money. The culture war is a good way to grift. And, well, with all that comes the bigotry, comes the queer phobia, comes the racism and the sexism. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to Star Wars Theory making a lot of money.
Brand of your size. So, hey, all the best. Guys, don't send anybody death threats. If you want to argue something, do so respectfully. As I've said millions of times, and that is also documented as well for the public and potentially the courts.
Politely F yourself. That's not actually how you do it politely. But anyway.
So, have a great day. May the Force be with you. Love you all.
Anyway. Star Wars Theory, I can understand having passion for Star Wars. I can understand losing that passion for Star Wars. What I can't understand is whipping up a hate mob day after day to everybody involved in Star Wars, and then when somebody takes it too far, going, whoa, I didn't do anything. You did this. So, Mundi. Oops, let's back. All right, Mundi. You keep on keeping on, you penis-headed dude. I don't care when you were born. He's probably not even going to show up in the Acolyte again. He was just like a minor character in like the one episode. They were just like, oh, let's have a Jedi Council meeting. But honestly, if they wanted to have a good critique, it shouldn't be when he was born. The closest that they could get to a good critique that I saw is that Mundi was the one in The Phantom Menace who said that the Sith haven't been seen for 1,000 years. And here is a red lightsaber wielding dude in The Acolyte. And so you could argue, well, he said that, but we've got this whole plot with, somebody who's very clearly a Sith or a Sith-like person killing Jedi. And I've already made a video on that. Because when Theory saw the trailer, he was just like, everyone who sees that red lightsaber gotta die, otherwise it contradicts Phantom Menace. We don't know that the Master in the Acolyte is a Sith. I don't think he's a Sith. I think he's some other Force user. I think he's probably a former Jedi. It's not really relevant, though. Like I said, I've done that video. They're not looking for a reasonable critique. They're just looking or an excuse for their 2 minutes hate. And they make the fandom worse for it, and they make it harder to give this reasoned critique. But I'll say this. If it turns out that the Master is in fact a Sith, and that there are Jedi who see him and survive through the end of the show and make their reports to the Jedi Council, then that would be in contradiction to the line said by Ki-Adi-Mundi in The Phantom Menace. And I would say that that's a more reasonable critique to make of the show than a trading card stating that Ki-Adi-Mundi won't be born for another 40 years. But ultimately, none of this matters. It's a franchise that has been around since the 70s. There are always going to be retcons and conflicts in canon. Honestly, Star Wars fans have been eaten really well for a really long time because the extended universe was always considered to be canon up until Disney bought it out and wiped that out. As a Star Trek fan, I read a lot of books when I was, growing up. A lot of Star Trek books, and none of those were ever canon. So we just treated them as fun stories. And if they contradicted something in the show, it's like, okay, well, this was written before that episode, and it's not canon, but it's fine. It's still a fun story. That's the way you should be treating your material. This insistence that canon trumps everything makes for very boring stories, I think. Because if you're so beholden to what a freaking trading card said in 2003 that you can't have a character that you want show up in something, even though their age never had any plot bearing, it was never brought up in any of the movies, any of the TV shows, any of the books, anything like that. No, it's literally just in supplemental materials, and that's what you're throwing a fit about. Like, you gotta let go of this idea of canon. It's not that important. What's important is the stories being told and the messages that are being told. And if the only way that you can engage with Star Wars is facts and figures, then you don't understand Star Wars. You just know Star Wars. There's a difference between knowledge and understanding. There's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. These people don't really have any kind of proper media comprehension. It's all about facts and figures to them. It's all about knowing that Mace Windu used Form 7 Vapad, which draws upon his opponent's dark side abilities to counter. Which is a neat little tidbit, when you look at how Mace Windu was able to survive for so long in a fight against Palpatine, but it's not actually, plot relevant. It's not actually an important thing to know about. It's just a neat little detail that, honestly, if they change that in canon, who cares? You'll care because you read it on Wikipedia, and then they changed it. But really, this is not the big deal that y'all are making it out to be, and you're making the fandom worse. So please, just like when the prequels were coming out and actors were being harassed into suicide attempts, what you're doing now, if you don't stop, is going to escalate. And it's going to result in real-world violence against somebody who doesn't deserve it. So please, call off your dogs. Ban people from your community who are engaging in these deleterious behaviors. Change tack. Re-examine the way that you engage with media. Re-examine the ways that you engage with the things that you love, and the re-examine how you engage with bad things that you don't like happening to the fandoms that you love. Because I've been there. I haven't been the biggest fan of everything that has come out of Star Wars since the Disney acquisition. I haven't been the biggest fan of everything Star Trek since Discovery came out. But I don't harass people for it. And until people like Theory own up to the fact that it's their rhetoric that is inflaming this, it's not going to get better. And like I said, I would really like it to stop before somebody gets hurt. All right. That was a segment. I need some water. Orson Zed says Star Wars having a loose canon would make the most sense because it's a mythology from a long time ago. Well, that was generally my understanding of how conflicts in EU canon were explained. Like, you know, I mean, like Obi-Wan said in Return of the Jedi, you know, it's true from a certain point of view that, like, these are all stories being told, and depending on who's telling the story, the details might change a little bit. It's folklore. It happened in a galaxy a long time ago, you know, far, far away. So, yeah. How are you all doing, though? Sorry about my power surge earlier. Yeah, I just got to make sure. You know, I feel bad because I'm not the only person in the house, and, you know, having to turn off the AC when we're currently, it is 6:30 where I'm at, and it is still 85 degrees out. So, you know, I feel bad that I had to tell people to turn off the AC, but, you know, I gotta make money too. Speaking of, you know, this is my job, and if you've been enjoying the content, there is a link in the description, also pinned to the chat. If you want to donate some money, I'd be greatly appreciative. You don't have to, but, you know, it helps me out. I've also got a Patreon link in the description, and that's relevant because I'm about to get into some movie reviews, and if you're loaded and you subscribe at the highest Patreon tier, you can force me to review something of your choice. And I've got 2 of those coming up. You have no... I know you don't have money anymore, Sai. That's fine. But I'm sure somebody else is listening who's got, like, $1. Okay. So, let me get my notes up, and I've got some movies. What are your thoughts on Mad Max Fury Road? Well, funny you should ask. Do I have that video out yet? Yes. Oh, sorry, no. You were asking about Fury Road, not Furiosa. I really liked Mad Max Fury Road. I think Mad Max Fury Road is probably one of the best action movies made in the 21st century. I feel like it's it is to the 21st century what Terminator 2 Judgment Day was to the 20th century in terms of, like, the pinnacle of an action movie. Yeah. Orson Zed says, oh, hey, so Star Trek is told to us through ship's logs, but who's telling us Star Wars? I mean, isn't it like the Journal of the Wills or something like that? At least, like, that was what was in the original Star Wars script, right? I'm actually, let me check here. We've got Wikipedia up, so why don't we use it? So we've got the Wills. The Wills were a community of beings who notably wrote the Journal of the Wills, a document that recorded important events in the galaxy, as well as philosophical reflections in verse. There were shamans among them, one of whom taught the Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn that the ability to retain one's consciousness after death required absolute selflessness. So I think the general idea is that these are stories being told from the Journal of the Wills. And I feel like, didn't they release yeah, From a Certain Point of View, there was a book, From a Certain Point of View, Return of the Jedi is a canon anthology of 40 short stories by 40 different authors in celebration of the 40th anniversary of Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. And I feel like one of those stories was Return of the Wills. Here we are. Return of the Wills is a short story featuring the Wills that was written by Tom Engelberger as part of the anthology. So, the Wills were for a long time, I don't think, like, explicitly stated in Star Wars canon. It was just known that they had been mentioned in the original draft of the Star Wars, as the film was called at the time. But yeah, there is an actual answer to that. It's the Wills telling us the Star Wars. Okay. Treasure is a film starring Lena Dunham and Stephen Fry about a Polish family who returns to Poland in 1991 because the daughter wants to reconnect with her roots. Her father is a Holocaust survivor and she is a journalist, and she kind of wants to like learn more about what her family was like, you know, before the Holocaust. And it's the film was kind of like almost pitched as a bit of a comedy, and there's certainly like funny moments in it, but mostly just in terms of like Stephen Fry, her father. He's a very like quirky character. He's a bit of an overbearing father, but he's also a bit absent-minded. He's always wandering off and just talking to people and making new friends and stuff like that. But the film is, I mean, you know, it's a movie about a Holocaust survivor. Obviously, it's going to get into, you know, details of the Holocaust. And actually, a pretty notable scene is filmed at Auschwitz. And there's a shot in the movie that's like, I don't know if it's a drone shot or a helicopter shot or a crane shot, but it's like a big establishing shot just looking at Auschwitz. And I had never seen just the absolute scale of the camp before. Like, I had never seen in photographs or in cinema depicted just how huge this place was. And like, I know there was like over 1 million people killed there, but you know, it's one thing to hear a number and it's another thing to visualize what that looks like. And that was pretty notable. But like, I think my big takeaway from this film is like Lena Dunham's character. She's, I don't know, I gathered that this movie is based on like I think it's based on a real story, but all of the characters are fictionalized versions. And Lena Dunham's character, she's kind of like not, she's trying to understand her father and what's growing up, but like there's just certain things where she's like so like laser focused on, she has this itinerary of what she wants to accomplish that she's like not really that open to listening to her father and what he wants. One thing that doesn't even occur to her is that when they arrive in Poland, she bought train tickets for them to head to the old the city that he grew up in, and he sees the train. He's like, no, we don't want to take the train. The trains in Poland are bad. I'll just buy a taxi. And she's like, but I already bought the train tickets. I've budgeted this out. And what it doesn't occur to her is that he doesn't want to go on a train in Poland because he's a Holocaust survivor. And she doesn't really put that together until they are at Auschwitz and he finds the exact spot where he was unloaded from the train. And honestly, that is probably the best part of the movie. Stephen Fry, like, you know, I have mixed feelings on the guy. I generally like him, I think this is probably one of the strongest performances I've ever seen him give. The way that he comes alive as he's remembering everything, and it's not, all just like, he's not saying it like he's crying or anything like that. It's just, he's been putting these memories to the back of his mind for so long, and when he's there, all of a sudden, it all comes to him. And he's just like, he's never opened up to her, basically, about any of it. But now that he's here, he starts just talking about everything. This is here. This is the moment. This is where I was taken away from my mother. Here's the tracks. This is it. And just the way that he comes alive, it's a pretty phenomenal spot. Like I said, it's a Holocaust movie, so it is kind of, it can be hard to, get into. And there's a lot of just kind of like generational family drama stuff and like friction between the daughter and the father. He's trying to protect her while she's like, look, I didn't even invite you on this trip. You invited yourself. I had things that I wanted to do and you're derailing a lot of it. But she's not, she's having to learn to be more open to his knowledge as somebody who actually grew up here. It's an interesting film. I'm actually surprised that it wasn't released in December, because if you're making a Holocaust movie, you're generally making it for the Oscars. And if you're making a movie for the Oscars, you want it to be released around Christmas so that it's fresh in the Academy's mind when they go and vote. Maybe it's a case where the studio didn't feel like it was a strong enough contender, and that's why they put it out here. Although summer release schedule, you usually want your bigger budget stuff coming out. So I don't know. I think it's an okay film. Lena Dunham doesn't really stand out to me at all in it. I think Stephen Fry is a real he gives the real standout performance here. But it's it's a bittersweet film. And yeah, I don't know. It was okay. Would I recommend it? Probably not. There's like, if I'm gonna recommend something for being a Holocaust film, there's dozens of other films I can think of first. But if you really like Stephen Fry, this is a good Stephen Fry movie. Tuesday is a film starring Julia Louis-Dreyfus about a woman whose daughter is about to die. And her daughter's name's Tuesday. It's the name of the film. But Tuesday is visited by Death. And Death is depicted as a scarlet macaw who suddenly discovers that when he's around Tuesday, he doesn't hear the voices. He is constantly hearing all of the voices of the dying so that he can come and, claim them. But he shows up, and even though like Death hasn't traditionally been depicted as a parrot, everybody in this film, when they see the parrot as Death, they all pretty much instinctively understand that they're seeing Death. So when he comes to claim her, she starts telling him a joke, and he laughs and decides to just start hanging out with her because once he stops hearing the voices, he has a panic attack first, and she helps talk him out of it. They start hanging out, listening to music, and she asks for time to, say goodbye to her mom. And, Death is happy to oblige because, like, it's been a long time since he's actually talked to anybody. He doesn't really have friends. It's kind of a lonely existence going from place to place, claiming people who are dying. It's a very sweet movie. And Julia Louis-Dreyfus, like, she's kind of a secondary character for it, even though, like, she's the biggest name in the film. And she certainly plays a bigger role later on in the film. But it is a movie about accepting death, that death is something that will come for us all, and it's better to come to terms with it. And it's also about how you move on from death how you honor the memory of the people who have died. And it also just talks about how, death is kind of like an essential part of life, because for a big period of the movie, while death isn't going and claiming anybody's souls, like, basically it's like the apocalypse is going on because nobody's dying, even as they're like, people have been like stabbed. And it's not just people, it's everything. Like, there are swarms of flies everywhere because the flies aren't dying. There are zombie cows running around outside slaughterhouses because getting hit with the thing in the head didn't kill them. So when death's not doing his job, things kind of start falling apart. So it's this is definitely an art house film, and like I said in my review for Treasure, I'm actually surprised that this wasn't a December release, because this definitely seems like this is a vehicle for Julia Louis-Dreyfus to get an Oscar nomination, and it certainly has a higher budget than your standard art house film, because Death is a parrot, so he's a CGI character, and there's quite a bit of CGI in this film. And that being said, I actually really liked this film. I thought it was a very sweet film. I thought Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character was a very understandable and flawed person who is dealing with the grief of knowing that her daughter's gonna die in very human and relatable ways that are not necessarily healthy, but she does a pretty solid job. There is, I would say, one bit that's in the trailer where she's, and I don't know why they would throw something like this in the trailer, because it's kind of toward the end of the film where she's finally accepting that she has to let her daughter go, that the performance is a little bit overly saccharine. And so I don't know that she would win an Oscar, but she's definitely gunning for one here. But I quite liked this movie. I thought it was very sweet. Hey, Human Spider, here's the idea. How about a Mad Max Transformers movie? And what are your thoughts on the Transformers franchise? So, a Mad Max Transformers movie, I mean, I don't think you I can understand that style of movie. I don't think the Transformers would show up in the Wasteland, right? But I can understand that's kind of a cool aesthetic. Maybe if somebody did fan art of that, of drawing Optimus Prime, but with set up the Doof Warrior would be riding him or something like that. I think you could do some fun artwork there. I don't know what kind of story you would tell there. The Transformers franchise itself is kind of hit or miss. It was created to sell toys, and I liked the toys when I was growing up, and I've kind of had a love-hate relationship with the films. Michael Bay, just as a filmmaker, Michael Bay knows who he is, and so I do appreciate that he knows the kind of films that he wants to make. But I think there's a certain misanthropic bent to his worldview that really shines through in his films that is not necessarily the best. So, let's see, next film. Inside Out 2 is the long-awaited sequel to Inside Out 1. Honestly, I was surprised that Inside Out 1 came out 9 years ago. I thought it was more recent than that. But I guess, the decade since we had the last one. Yet Riley seems to have only aged a year or two. Go figure. This is a movie, it's about going through puberty, growing up, and developing more complicated emotions. And the big thing on this movie is that anxiety is one of the new characters, and anxiety is actually kind of the antagonist of the film, because Riley just has learned that she's going to a different high school than her best friends. and but she's also going to a hockey camp, and like the hockey camp is basically where the coach decides who gets to be on like the varsity team. And so she's, thinking, oh well, if I'm going to a place where my best friends aren't going to be there, I have to make sure I got a new friend group. But as a result of that, she's also kind of neglecting her friends that are there with her at the camp. And anxiety is basically she comes in to be like, look, I am here to look for all of the threats to Riley and make contingency plans for them and work toward Riley's future. But as a result of that, anxiety like takes complete control and doesn't like that, Joy is, because Joy's always been the one trying to run the show with Riley. And the film does kind of talk about how, Joy has also has been engaging in toxic behaviors as well. Joy definitely is like somebody who engages in like toxic positivity. And while anxiety is the antagonist, I would not call anxiety a villain, nor would I say that the film says that anxiety is a bad thing. It's just an emotion that you have to be aware of. It can do good or bad things for you. Just, keep it in check. And actually, this film has a depiction of an anxiety attack that I thought was very interesting, because Riley's in a penalty box because she's trying really hard in like the last game, but she ends up like fouling one of her friends, and as she's in the penalty box, she's starts going through a panic attack because she's like, I've betrayed my friends all for a chance to be on a team, and I've basically been changing who I am completely to, and while she's doing this, anxiety is at the controls, and she's moving faster and faster around the controls and like zipping around like the Flash, to the point where there's like a cartoon cloud around the console. And when Joy goes up to the console, sees anxiety frozen at the console, but she tries to touch her, and her hand goes through because anxiety is actually still moving that fast, but still looks frozen in fear. And it was a really cool depiction of your mind is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, thinking of every single possible thing that could ever go wrong, and it's just causing you to become frozen in fear. And it's The Last Wish has been out for a couple years now, and I have to imagine that they were like, oh, people praised DreamWorks for having a good depiction of a panic attack, so well, we're the movie about emotions, so we definitely need to try and one up that one. And I don't know, I thought it was good. Now, a lot of the movie does do some of the jokes about, just going through in somebody's mind, like they try to ride the stream of consciousness to get to the back of Riley's mind, where Joy has been shoving all of their the memories that are things that she'd rather not think about. And then there's like when Riley is sarcastic to somebody, there is a sarcasm that opens up in her mind, and any dialogue spoken across the sarcasm gets turned sarcastic. There's also a bit where they become suppressed emotions, and they're literally put into a bottle and thrown into a vault of like Riley's secrets. And in the vault of Riley's secrets is Riley's secret crush on a video game character who is obviously Cloud Strife, but is legally distinct from Cloud Strife, even though it looks exactly like Cloud. And not only is he a low poly model because he's a video game character, but he's also rendered at a lower resolution than everything else, so he appears low poly and pixelated in the film, and I thought that was a cute touch. I like the designs of all of the new emotions, especially Embarrassment. Embarrassment is a very big guy who has a hoodie that he basically always has covered over his face. Envy is this little tiny girl who just, she can barely even reach the console. She has to like climb up to use it. We've got Ennui, who is just constantly lounging on a chair with her head just like tilted to one side because she is the boredom, and she doesn't even like go up to the console to do things. She just literally uses her phone to remote app control it. There's also a joke character of Nostalgia, who looks like an old grandmother, and she keeps like coming in and they're telling her, no, go back, we're not supposed to have this emotion yet, come back in like 20 or 30 years. And like I think Nostalgia shows up like 2 or 3 times, and every time the joke is just like, no, Riley's too young to have nostalgia, go away. But as far as the whole aspect of Pixar moving from having unique takes and creative stories to just going back to the well of sequels and sequels and sequels, that is a problem. But if you're going to make a sequel to Inside Out, I thought having it be around puberty and especially depicting anxiety and having that as a vessel for looking at, a kid going through puberty and trying to reinvent themselves, I thought that was an interesting take. I think there's significant value to these films in getting kids to understand certain like aspects of how their emotions work and open up a dialogue about it. I definitely think it is more healthy to be able to talk openly about your emotional state and your mental health than to keep it bottled up. So I liked this one. Lady Kalgana says, isn't bored a state of being, not an emotion? What would you define like as a solid distinction between them? Because like something can bore you just like something can make you angry. I would say boredom is an emotion. Although they called her ennui, and she has a French accent, so it's a little bit more fancy than that. But anyway, yeah, I like this one. If you take a look down to my description, there is a link to my Patreon. And at the highest tier, the Whale Shark tier, you can force me to review something every 3 months. And here we have a patron request. Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time. When I got this suggestion, I was like, don't I need to see Cinderella 2 first? And I can tell you, no, you do not. Cinderella 3 was a direct-to-DVD movie made in 2007 that I actually think is like kind of the beginning of the era of Disney doing like deconstructions of their own mythos. Certainly a lot of those have gotten lazily done in the live action adaptations, where they're like, oh, this movie had this critique, so we'll address it in the live action version. But like also earlier when we had like Frozen and Moana, where they are taking on established tropes from the Disney canon and like addressing those head on. And this feels like it like the precursor to all of that. So the premise here is that Lady Tremaine and the ugly stepsisters find out that Cinderella used magic to get to the ball and fall in love with the prince. And they steal the fairy godmother's wand and use it to turn back time so that one of the stepsisters, Anastasia, she gets to wear the glass slipper because they use magic to make the glass slipper fit her foot. And so, it's basically like the film is basically like we're gonna go ahead and do an alternate timeline, which means since it goes back to after the dance but before the glass slipper is put on, which means that we don't need to have seen Cinderella 2 because it just got retconned out of existence. But Cinderella, it's been so long since I saw the original movie, I really don't remember that much about it. But she is a character, she has quite a lot to do. She gets to, like, she's a very proactive person in the film because she recognizes, wait, no, I'm supposed to be the one to marry the prince. We danced, but they also use magic to erase the prince's memory, so he doesn't. They convince him that, because like they even address the whole like, why do you need the glass slipper? You saw her when you danced. So like, and in fact, when he sees Anastasia, and they're like, oh, if the glass slipper fit, he's like, oh no, you aren't who I danced with. You don't look anything like her. And then they had to use the magic to be like, oh, you'll forget what Cinderella looked like, and you'll remember it was Anastasia. And also, the prince is voiced by the guy who played Spider-Man in the 90s cartoon, and not just is he voiced by him, I think by the end of it he just straight up becomes Spider-Man because he jumps from a tower to a moving ship below and like swings to safety. He even kind of does like monologues to himself in the way that Spider-Man would in the cartoon. So like when I heard him talk, I was like, oh, I recognize his voice. Looked him up, I'm like, of course it's Spider-Man. And he just straight up is like Spider-Man. The animation in this movie is like really hit or miss. Like sometimes it's actually pretty good, but there's a lot of moments, especially early on, where there's just like no shading on any of the characters. And I get it, it was a direct to DVD movie, so I'm not expecting it to have like feature theatrically released production values, but there are moments where there's a lot of moments where they do proper shading, but especially like early scenes when you want to put your best foot forward and let people know, okay, here's the opening scene. You would think you would want to open with a little bit of higher quality stuff, but actually like the way that the movie opens is some of the cheapest animation that I've seen from one of these direct-to-DVD sequels. And also, there's a weird choice in that Cinderella and the Prince are mostly animated through rotoscoping, which if you don't know what rotoscoping is, it means that they draw them over like live-action reference material. So they had actors performing all of the actions that Cinderella and the Prince would do and then draw over it. But most of the other characters in the film are traditionally hand-animated. And so, like, it's one thing if, you know, obviously the rats and the cat, those are going to be traditionally animated. They're cartoon characters. But it's weird when, like, they're the only human characters that are rotoscoped and everyone else is animated in a more traditional cartoonish style. It makes them feel separate from the rest of the film. And, you know, I don't know. I like, and I understand that Cinderella was rotoscoped in the original film as well. I would need to go back to the original to compare that with like how many other characters were also rotoscoped. Rotoscoping Disney princesses goes back to Snow White. Like, you know, that's a long history of Disney doing that. So like I understand if they're trying to maintain a similar animation style from the original Cinderella, that they would maintain the rotoscoping for Cinderella. It's noticeable when it's not all of the human characters, it's just a select few. I think Lady Tremaine might also have been rotoscoped, but she also has a much more exaggerated cartoonish face, like she has a very large jaw, and like so that's obviously been like, okay, we've got the reference photo, but then we're going to draw the cartoon head on top of that. So that at least that makes it look a little less like, oh, you're just straight rotoscoping a human. But like, you know, the Prince and Cinderella are pretty much just drawn straight over the reference models that they were performing with. There's a lot of actually just really funny moments in this movie, like a lot of like good like self-referential stuff, like when the king is like talking to the prince about the whole, you know, getting the woman to wear the glass slipper, he's like, you think there's only one woman in the whole kingdom who wears a size 4.5? And there's a moment where even though the prince has forgotten Cinderella because of the spell, Cinderella's mice friends basically track him down and tell him the story, and he's just like immediately is like, of course, magic's why I forget them, because like he knows that like even with the magic spell affecting him to have forgotten Cinderella, he doesn't feel about Anastasia the way he feels he should. And so, but you know, being convinced by a couple of talking mice that there's a magic spell on you trying to get you to marry the wrong woman, if you tell somebody else that, they're going to treat you as crazy, and that's exactly what happens. He's just like, I think I wrote it down as like, I have to go, but you're about to be married. But the talking mice say she's the wrong girl. And, you know, so it's a cute moment. And also, like, Anastasia, the ugly stepsister who is, you know, being set up to be the one to marry the prince, she's actually a pretty sympathetic character in the movie. You know, she recognizes that she's just being put in this position where she's not actually getting true love. She wants somebody to love her for her, and even at the end, once everyone is convinced, okay, yeah, there was magic going on, they still end up using magic to turn Anastasia into Cinderella while they've kidnapped Cinderella to trick the prince into marrying the wrong woman. But like, you know, she just realizes, I'm not, this isn't true love, this isn't me, you're not loving me for me, you're loving me because you think I'm somebody else, and that's not honest. And you know, she obviously has self-esteem issues. She's, you know, an ugly stepsister, right? She's very, you know, awkwardly proportioned and is, you know, drawn ugly for, you know, but the film does a lot about, you know, she doesn't seem to be a bad person, and she's obviously being manipulated by her sister and mother into this just because they want access to power. And I appreciate that she's not bad because she's ugly, right? That she's also a victim of Lady Tremaine, as Cinderella was. And that was actually quite a refreshing thing. Honestly, I'm surprised for a direct-to-DVD Disney sequel at the caliber of writing in this one. I was really impressed with this film, and I would recommend people go watch it. Like, it's on Disney Plus. It's pretty good. You know, go seriously, go check it out. I think it holds up pretty well. The animation's rough in a lot of points, especially in the intro. Like, if you're watching this and go, well, the first 5 minutes are gonna set the tone for me on what the animation's like. Just hold on a little longer. The animation does get better at certain points, and they do not start with their best foot forward. But I really liked this one. I would recommend it. Incendies, which is French for fires, is an early Denis Villeneuve film. And, you know, Denis Villeneuve, he's French-Canadian, and this is a French language film. It's French and Arabic. And it is a film about a brother and sister whose mother has just died and left a very odd will for them that basically sends them on an investigation back to her home country, which they don't say which Middle Eastern country it is. They're very vague on that. But it's my understanding that the film is heavily inspired by a real story of a woman who was involved in the Lebanese Civil War. And so generally speaking, I don't think the dates all line up from the movie to the real life event, and so it's just like a fictionalized version of it. I think also you find that a lot in movies where they don't want to specifically name which Middle Eastern country it's set in because they want to avoid pissing somebody off. But this is a very dark movie. It deals with a lot of heavy subject matter. It deals with the moral complexities involved in war, particularly in civil war, and the atrocities that happen, and people being forced to do horrible things to survive. And also, just in terms of this being a Denis Villeneuve film, who has done such, notable movies as Sicario, Arrival, Blade Runner 2049, and the Dune movies, I think a huge part of Denis Villeneuve's love of filmmaking is pairing desolate landscapes with devastating stories like he's some kind of cinematic sommelier. And because this is set in, I think they filmed in Jordan, not Lebanon, but, set in the Middle East. So you have a lot of like footage of just like the rural event, and all of the the scrubland and the desert areas and stuff like that, while there are horrible actions being taken by factions. And a lot of the film is set it's set in two eras. It flashes back to their mother as she's going through the events of the Civil War, and flashing forward to her children as they are like putting together the pieces of the cryptic notes that were left for them in the will. And this is not light viewing. This deals with very real and very dark subject matter around war. And the climax of the film is just an absolute gut punch that you should be properly prepared for. I'm not going to spoil what it is, but it's dark. But it's a very interesting movie. If you've seen Denis Villeneuve's filmography, he generally tries to tell complex stories with flawed characters like this. And it's a really, really fascinating movie, really hard to get through in a lot of places. It depicts a lot of war crimes, and it does not shy away from them. There's a sequence where a bus full of people is shot up and then set on fire, and that's I think like the smoking wreckage of a bus is actually like on the poster for the movie, and that's a really hard scene to get through because it's a flashback. The mother is in the bus as everything's going down. So it's not an English language movie. It's French and Arabic. So, be prepared to read subtitles. And don't go into it for a fun time. You won't have fun with it. But I think it's a really fascinating look at early Denis Villeneuve. And you really get the feel for where he's going, what he's going to become with his filmography, with his body of work. This was a patron request, and if you take a look down in the description below, there is a link to my Patreon. At the highest tier, you can have me review one movie every 3 months, and this was one of those requests. I actually really tend to like doing these ones because when I see stuff that's out in the theaters, I'm seeing whatever's out in the theaters. And so I have to sift through stuff that's generally pretty bland. But when somebody recommends something to me, that means that they saw it and they thought it was interesting enough that they wanted to see somebody else's take on it. And so these are, like I say, you force me to do it. You know, you can pick anything, either like a movie or like one season of a TV show if it's like a shorter season, like, you know, 8 to 12 episodes, that would be fine. And I say force, but like really, it's your money and you would pick something that you really want me to talk about. So I genuinely do enjoy doing these ones. But with that being said, I thought Incendies was solid, but hard. And I have to use the restroom, so I will be right back. And when I'm back, we've got some video games to play. I think I'm probably gonna resume a playthrough of Mario Wonder that I did last stream. So let's get into that, but don't go anywhere. I just have to pee real quick. If I'm playing a game, I gotta have a controller in my hand. Oh, hey, look! This is exactly where I left off, because the last time I turned on my Switch, I was playing. So, hang on just a minute. Now that I am just playing video games, I was editing something here on stream, but let's play some Mario. And the Human Spider says, what are your thoughts on the Cars trilogy, and you think Cars 3 should have been Cars 2? I have only seen the first Cars movie, so I can't give thoughts on the trilogy. I thought Cars was like, okay. I thought there was a lot of fun things to look for in that film. But honestly, the biggest thing for me, when I saw it, my partner was a Disney adult, and we would regularly make trips to Disneyland. And so after I saw Cars, I was just like, okay, next time we go to Disneyland, and we go back to Cars Land, which is California Adventure, not, you know, explicitly Disneyland, but still, I wanted to see if they captured the details of Radiator Springs that well. Because Cars Land is literally, you know, a recreation of Radiator Springs from the Cars movies. And there was a specific detail that I wanted to look for, because if you've seen the first Cars, it starts with Lightning McQueen wrecking the main road at Radiator Springs. And so as part of his punishment, they force him to repave it. And so there's this detail in the film where once he's finished repaving it, you can see all of the Sorry. What's the word I'm looking for? Hang on. Right. So because it was just the main road that was repaved, you can still see cracks from the older roads on the side. And I wanted to see if they would get that detail, and they do. If you go to Cars Land at California Adventure, you will see that as you get to the side roads branching off from the main one, come on, there we go, that there are cracks on those side roads, but not on the main road. Would I consider playing Paper Mario? I would need to own it. But yeah, didn't they do a didn't they just release a new Paper Mario? Or it was I should say a remake. Ooh. And I died. They redid 1,000-Year Door. Yeah. Well, now that I got the thing, I can just grab you again. You think Paper Mario 64 is also included with the N64 games on NSO? Oh, well, I've got that. Also, hey, Lord Byron. How's it going? Come here. If you're interested in a survival game, Icarus is your in this hyperfixation. You love it. Survival, like being in the woods and surviving animal attacks in the weather. I don't know if that's necessarily my my jam. There's the TYD remaster and the Super Mario RPG remake. That's right. They did remake Mario RPG as well. They also announced there's at Nintendo Direct they announced a new Mario JRPG called Mario and Luigi Brotherhood or something like that. That one looked interesting. It's not, like a straight traditional JRPG, but it's got JRPG elements to it, but also has some looks like it's got some fun platforming as well. I don't know, that one looked interesting. It looks like it's kind of in the Super Mario 3D world style. Okay. My trunk cannot hurt those guys. Oh wait, Mario and Luigi is a series of games? It's not... I didn't realize that there was that they have done other Mario and Luigi games. I thought it was just like... they just decided to have a new series and just call it Mario and Luigi Brotherhood. But if it's a series, I guess that makes sense. It was a series of RPGs on the Game Boy Advance way back. Oh, so is this like a new one or is it a remake? It's a new game in the series? Okay, cool. Oh no! Oh! That's right, those guys are supposed to come out. And I didn't wait for them, and because of that, I didn't get the top. I'm not gonna go back for the top. I'm just gonna keep going. I like that she says huzzah when she gets out of there. Did I buy everything from you? Yes. You totally just realized it was Friday? Well, I'm streaming. I stream on Mondays and Fridays, so if it's not Monday... Oop. No! Don't hurt me. There we go. That's how I deal with these guys. It's been a bit since I've played, so there's probably going to be, like, some coins that I don't exactly remember how to get right away. It'll, like, come to me. That's right. That's what I do. There we go. Go away. How rude. There we go. Oh no, oh no. I have no hits left. Go away from me. No! Oh my god, really? Cars 2 is a spy movie, an international racing movie, and Mater is the main character. Cars 2 is what to expect. Yeah, I've heard the plot for Cars 2. It's just... Should have used my pocket thing first, but whatever. There we go. Hey, Fire Dragon X. Okay. Well, I've got everything now, so I don't need to worry about collecting all of the coins. I just need not to get hit like that. There we go. Oh no, it's ice now. Enjoy that. Oh, you want to play Wonder so bad? Yeah, it's a fun game. It's been a while since I played it. I played it a whole bunch when it first came out. I bonked you. For some reason, he takes 4 hits this specific fight. And now he's gonna cycle through all the different, I think. Yeah. Oh. Alright, pop on out. There we go. Goodbye, Bowser Jr. Your cat's wrecked your Switch. Oh no! Well, that's what cats are good for, right? You love them and they destroy everything. It doesn't let me skip. They're yodeling. You're not letting me skip. You're obsessed with your cats? Listen, I love cats. Jeez, that took forever. It's like nothing. It's just them standing there waving and it just doesn't end. All right. I'll never guess your favorite animal, Jazz Dog. Is it the emu? No, wait, that's Jazz Emu. You're Jazz Dog, so it must be a cat. Close, but no cigar. Hang on. I bet... Okay, I know what it is now. You mentioned cigar, so that's a hint. I bet your favorite animal is the tobacco hornworm. Because you mentioned cigars, so... And if that's not the case, then I'm guessing that your favorite animal is the red herring. Gayfish, is God responsible for the people he cultivated too? Well, I don't believe that God exists. But like, I think if the like Abrahamic Christian conception of God exists, then yeah, I would say he is responsible. Since he's, you know, all-knowing and all-powerful, he created everything knowing how it would end up, then yeah, he is responsible for how it ends up. I'm not a god, Jazz Dog. Although I appreciate the compliment. I do not want the responsibility. You're a reverse. Oh no, I'm dead. That was a risky move. There we go. Oh, hey, I've got all 3 coins now. Oh, wait. But I don't get top. No! I guess I'm not getting top on this run. Gayfesh bottom mark. Hey, Medical Vitriol. He says, you feel like Theory tries to be nice, but you think the trolls are getting to him. You've seen this happen a lot. I think, from what I've seen of Theory's earlier stuff, he definitely seemed to be more genuine at some point. But I think he's, at this point, completely motivated by grift. I think he's recognizing how much money he can get by playing into the toxic elements of the fan community and tying that into the broader culture war. And I think he is fully culpable for his behavior there. It is definitely a shame to see, and like I am definitely sympathetic to people who have been fans of him in the past, or who would like him to be better. I would like him to be better too. I don't see that happening. I think the financial incentive to be a toxic fandom menace type, it's just that pull's too strong. It's, you know, since, you know, we're talking Star Wars, the dark side of the fandom is a pathway to many abilities some consider unnatural. And I would say that there is easy money to be made from the grift, but you have to sell your soul to do it. He always says he has no issues with females and cites the witches of Dathomir. He's a canon purist, like how the Abrahamic faith are, not accepting New Testament canon. Yeah, except that he wasn't always like that. When episode 9 came out, he liked it until he discovered that it wasn't popular to like it, and then he backed off on that opinion. I don't think he's not a Lucas purist. I think he has, like, said that he is now because that's like where the grift is going, but like I think he is a dishonest actor. I don't think you can actually believe any claims that he makes about his beliefs about Star Wars right now. I think he is entirely motivated by money at this point. And like, you know, all you have to do is point to the witches of Dathomir. I don't think that was Lucas that created those. I could be wrong, but there's a bunch of stuff that he likes that Filoni has done that he says, oh, George came up with that because it was, you know, before George sold Lucasfilm, but George didn't come up with everything that was created in Star Wars canon before the sale. I and I think it's disrespectful to all of the creatives who worked under him that did create all of that stuff. The whole idea of I'm a Lucas purist and it must hold to the canon that I have established in my head. It's a very dogmatic and uninteresting view of story, and it's a very reactionary viewpoint that just kind of like, you know, the old ways are better and I liked things better in the past and things aren't as good now, when the reality is a lot of that is just like you miss the nostalgia that you had for old stuff when you were younger and less like aware of everything. Like a lot of people who are like, oh, why do they have to make things so political now? It was always political. You just were a kid and you didn't pick up on it. And you know, because like Lucas talked about how the rebels were modeled after the Viet Cong, and so like even in the original Star Wars, it was always political. Like it was a deliberate choice to make the Empire look, you know, have all those fascist aesthetics because the film is anti-fascist. And sure, at the time that it came out, it could be easy enough to say, oh, well, being against Nazis, that's not a political stance because everyone's against Nazis. But, well, I mean, you look at today and I don't know, it does seem like it's a political stance to be against Nazis considering how prevalent they are. And also a lot of what people say when they're like against Nazis, what they mean is they're against such obvious, blatant genocide. Actually, I think The Boys did a really good job talking about this with the character of Stormfront, who's a literal Nazi, when she says that people like what I have to say, they like my ideas, they just don't like the word Nazi. And so George deliberately took the fascist aesthetics of the Nazi regime and modeled the Empire after it. And it's easy for somebody who's not that politically keyed in to just be like, well, of course, you know, the Nazis are bad guys. That's easy. But that's still a deliberate choice. It's still, the films are about, you know, fighting fascism. And that's why I think Andor is probably the best, like, legacy of the original intent of the films. Because Andor is such an explicitly anti-fascist show in ways that address our current day political zeitgeist. And it's not just that it's talking about it. I think it shows fairly understandable and sympathetic portrayals of some of the fascist characters, like Cyril Tarn. He is, you know, like you watch him and you see how he lost everything because he was trying to do what he believed was right. He didn't want to bend the rules. He was like, no, this guy's a murderer. We got to get him. And because he did that, because he followed what he thought was the right thing to do, which isn't actually in the best interests of the fascist regime that he fully believes in, he lost everything. And he has to move back home with his mom, where he's continually emasculated. Like, people were complaining about the breakfast cereal scenes. They're like, what's the point of that? The point is to show that this man, who is the biggest believer in the project of the Empire, is miserable. That he has given everything to the Empire and he's got nothing in return, and he's still such a believer. Like, I think that's a very interesting character to show how fascism doesn't even help its truest believers. So Andor's such a good show. I really hope season 2 is good. was ist? Welcome back, Quinn. They can just call new Star Wars Gnostic Star Wars version. Well, I mean, like, they've got a name for old Star Wars canon. It's called Legends. So, like, I think instead of calling himself a Lucas purist, he could just say he's a Legends fan, and that's fine. And that's fine if you're a fan of the new stuff and you're a fan of the Legends canon. I just don't think that excuses harassing people who do like the new stuff. And unfortunately, like, that's what Theory and his fan base is doing. And Theory can, like, act like, well, I'm not doing it. I'm not responsible for everything. But, like, no, he is, as a content creator, responsible for his rhetoric, responsible for what he's putting out there, and responsible for the tone that he sets that his audience picks up on. And he's also responsible for recognizing the audience that he's drifting toward and the rhetoric that he's using that, you know, makes him the big bucks. Like, you know, if he tries to go, oh, you know, well, that's where the that's where the money is, so that's where I gotta go. It's like, okay, well, like, that's great that you're making more money there, but there's still money to be made in not being a toxic creator. It might be less money. You might actually have to have principles at some point, but that's on you. Hey, John and Ghost. Hey, bud, I seen your critique of aspects of the Star Wars community. I just agree and disagree with a lot said, but I respect your point of view. I thought it was fair critique. Oh, thanks. Welcome on in. I am totally happy to have reasonable... Oops. Let me try that one again. Reasonable critique. Like I said, there are issues that I've got with The Acolyte. I haven't been the biggest fan of the show. I think some of the acting is pretty subpar. I think the pacing of it is a recurring issue with just not just the Star Wars shows, but just the Disney Plus shows in general, where they're doing like these short 6 to 8 episode seasons of like 30-minute episodes, where it just ends up being like, this could have been a movie and you're just padding it out with a little bit of bloat. Like, you're not giving enough time to actually like get us to develop an interest in these characters and develop side characters and stuff like that. It's just a movie with some padding. And I think The Acolyte definitely is in that vein. Now, I'm still holding out hope that The Acolyte can like really pull a twist around and surprise me, but so far I haven't been the biggest fan of it. Inspirator says, Reddit and Twitter activists also need to hear the no harassment argument you just mentioned. Hey, listen, I said in my segment that if anybody in my community engages in harassment towards Star Wars Theory or anybody like that and sends death threats, that they're banned. That's not behavior that I endorse. That's not behavior that I want to encourage. And if I find out that it happens, you will not be welcome in my community. And I will say that in the strongest possible terms that I can. And I think it's a very important thing to say. But I also think it's not just enough to say that. That's not enough of a CYA. You have to, because you can say it, because Theory says that he does that, but you also have to recognize the tone of your own rhetoric and how people will pick up on that, regardless of what you hope for them. Actually, hang on. Let's restart. And I want to change badge. Yeah. You haven't watched The Acolyte yet. You've seen it's been touted as poor, but you'll watch after the arguments die down and be your own judge. I think that's fair. Yeah, wait until the show's completely out, because that is also a big part of it too. Is like all of these people, like, when they're criticizing, is like, oh well, this show is breaking canon because they said a Sith hasn't been seen for 1,000 years. When I'm just like, you don't even know that he's a Sith. which is a critique I made before the show even came out, because Theory was talking about that back then, and I'm just like, you don't know who that lightsaber-wielding fella is. You don't know that they're a Sith. Like, it's... And like, I can understand somebody who is less well-versed in the franchise can make that assumption. But also somebody less well-versed isn't going to be like, wait, I thought that Sith weren't seen for 1,000 years. Like, that's not going to be something that your average person is going to remember. So Theory remembers that, but he also doesn't either remember or he's pretending not to remember that there are more people that use the dark side of the Force than just the Sith. Okay, where is the third one? It must be down here somewhere. You prefer the term Legends canon rather than purist for you, then words lead one above the other. Not a fan of that. Sure, yeah, and I am totally down with that. If you don't like the Disney canon and you prefer the Legends canon, that's fine. That's legitimate. I understand where you're coming from. In a lot of ways, I will agree with you. But it's like, you know, we've had the same thing in the Star Trek fandom, where people were talking about how there was an episode of Lower Decks. Come on, man, where is this last thing? It's been so long since I played this one, I forgot where it was. There was an episode of Lower Decks where somebody was in the holodeck going through a bunch of like tests, and each of the tests was basically just like a parody of a style of Star Trek episode, and one of them was just going in to encounter the ship being affected by like a virus that lowered their inhibitions, and so it was like a parody of the Naked Now and the Naked Time episodes, and like quite literally, okay, I can't here, I'm gonna exit course because I can't find this last one. Quite literally, one of the characters just says it's naked time, and all of the characters in the show appear in the holodeck completely naked. And there were people who were very upset about that and saying, this betrays Gene's vision. Gene would be rolling over in his grave if he saw this. And, like, first off, they don't know Gene Roddenberry, because Gene Roddenberry was actually a notorious sex pest. Gene Roddenberry was very sexually open, but also like even problematic in that respect. But I'm like, dude was absolutely not averse to showing sex in Star Trek, and so for these people to say this betrays Gene's vision, it's like, you're just being a reactionary and trying to trying to justify it by saying it goes against the original intent of the original creator. But also, Gene Roddenberry isn't the only person who created Star Trek. Lots of people have been involved in Star Trek. And so this whole thing of tying it to like the original creator as if they're the only word that matters, when they're not the only writer, they're not the only director, they're not the actor. There's lots of people involved. And so I think trying to make everything about, you know, the original intent of the original author for a franchise as big as Star Trek or Star Wars is idiotic. That's not how this stuff works. No. Good. I need you. Oh no. Let's try this again. You also heard about the thread thing, and personally, you think it makes sense that other mythical beings called the Force something else? It's all... Yes. And while I think that the way that episode was played out, I think the witches were a little hokey. Like, I was not the biggest fan of that song that they sang. I thought that was very cheesy, but one thing that I really appreciate newer Star Wars doing is exploring other cultures and the way they interact with the Force. Because the Jedi as an institution have only been around for like 25,000 years. The Force has been around since the dawn of the galaxy. And there will be a myriad of cultures that have their own ideas of the Force, their own relationship to the Force. They'll call it different things. They'll have different philosophies around it. And I really like seeing that. One thing in particular that I really want to see is like dark side users who are not evil. I think that the issue with the Sith is not necessarily that they're using the dark side. I think it is their relationship to the dark side. And I think the Sith as a philosophy is evil. I think the Jedi have problematic elements to them. There's a pretty like obvious criticism made against the Jedi and the Acolyte, because when they go to accost the witches, and Carrie-Anne Moss's character is just like, you're training children in the Force, that's against the Republic law. And I'm just like, the Jedi go all throughout the galaxy and take children from their parents to train them as Jedi. And you're yelling at somebody for training their own daughters in the Force, just in a non-approved way by the Republic. By the way, on a non-Republic world, like they were pointing out, like this planet is not under jurisdiction of the Republic. So they're even going outside their own jurisdiction, acting like they own the Force. The Jedi don't own the Force. The Jedi are a philosophy around the Force. They're an organization that has built up their own ideas of the Force, but they don't own it. And that has been what I have been most excited to see in Star Wars, is deconstructing this false dichotomy that it's just the Jedi and the Sith. Exactly. Look at religion. How many interpretations do we have? This is one planet. Yeah, exactly. Like, and how many times have we had villains that are like, they're not even Sith, but they're rogue Jedi? Like, it tends to happen a lot that, like people become disillusioned with the Jedi Order. Good people become disillusioned with the Jedi Order. Ahsoka Tano. I see. Crouch jump. Ahsoka Tano left the Jedi Order. Now, by the time she shows back up in The Mandalorian, she's for all intents and purposes a Jedi again. But that's also, the Jedi Order is gone, so like there's not really the same implication. She's a Jedi because she was trained as a Jedi, but there is no Jedi Order anymore. The Empire wiped it out. Luke's trying to rebuild it, but what Luke is building is not what the old Republic had, is not what was established with like the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. What Luke is doing is building something new. And and with the new Rey movie that they're going to be working on, where Rey is working to build the next generation of Jedi, I would like to see them address that. I would like to see them address the dogmatism of the old Jedi Order that made them blind and led to them falling victim to the machinations of Palpatine. I would like to see them more directly address some of that. I would like to see them critique the issue of the Jedi Order training children to be soldiers, because that's something that's never been satisfactorily directly criticized in my mind in Star Wars. But it's like, it's pretty notable thing. It's a pretty big thing in the franchise that they said Anakin was too old to begin the training. Anakin was what? Like 10, 9? Jazz Dog, thank you so much for the $5. Here's some money, love you, bud. Yeah, love you too, Jazz Dog. Thanks for hanging out today. You were never a fan of the Jedi cult when they said do not fall in love. I was like, what lol? And gray Sith, so like the Kriya Outlook or Revan Path, you like that concept? Yeah, was Darth Revan, was that in the Old Republic? Or Knights of the Old Republic, KOTOR? Was that where he showed up? I'm trying to remember. Because I don't think I played that game. I think I bought it and then never actually played it. Ow. Come on. Oh, actually, before I do that, I want to go... What's over here? Yeah. Jamie's S-Tune. Oh, yeah. You'd like to see Ray training young apprentices and not one be evil, but have more different view on Force? Yeah. It is a little boring that every single time the evil Force user ends up being, like, just a Jedi who... Son of a bitch. You know, a Jedi who decided that they, didn't agree with the teachings and then turned evil. I would like something a little more interesting than that, but... Oh, I just realized I've already got this one, and there is an alternate route if you don't want to use the Wonder Flower, but I guess I've already done it, so it doesn't matter. Replaying this one. You love how Thrawn humanized Empire to be like, most of these are people who think they're doing right. I love when stories can turn upside down and make you think, well, yeah, like, nobody actually thinks they're the bad guy. And that's a very important thing to learn when you are writing, like, villains, is a really good villain has conviction, and they believe that they're right. Actually, I think probably one of the best ways that I have seen a villain depicted who actually accepted that they were evil was the operative in Serenity. That he believes in the higher cause of the Alliance and of protecting the order of that society. And he is working to build a better world. And when Mal confronts him on it, he's just like, yeah, it's killing little girls factor into your better world. And he's just like, oh, I'm not going to live in that better world. No, what I do is evil. There is no place for me in the world that I build. I do it because I believe in it. And I'm doing what is necessary to accomplish that goal. But no, I will pay for my sins. I think that's an interesting way to write somebody who acknowledges that they're evil, not just a mustache twirling kind of a person. Like, I thought that was a really, really cool villain. Oh no! I didn't kill him at the right time. I'm gonna have to do this level again. To this day, you still do not consider Tywin Lannister a villain. That is how well wrote he is. Oh, he's a villain. Like the thing is, well-written villains are still villains. Tywin does objectively awful things. He's motivated by protecting his family, but that means he's got good motivation. But you can still like that's kind of the thing about doing bad things is like, you know, it's the best intentions that let you justify doing the worst things. Do you think Vader also knew he was evil? He knew he had become something reprehensible and hated himself, but he was too far in to go back in his mind? Definitely at the end, when you know, when Luke is trying to appeal to him, and he's just like, yeah, no, it's too late for me now. But I also kind of feel like that's not... Well, I mean, I guess it could be good writing, depending. Because a lot of people will fall in with bad crowds and do things that they can rationalize to themselves at the time as being the right thing, and only later they have to come and grapple with it. Or maybe they're like, I've done these awful things and I can't be forgiven for them, so, like, sunk cost fallacy, I'm in this. I have to just accept it and try to rationalize a way that I did right. You'd argue that he was that way even after he lost everything to Palpatine. Well, like, when he helped kill Mace Windu, like, his first thought was, like, what have I done? He felt immediate remorse for it. He was acting out of desperation to save his wife. And like I said, like, you know, love of family, that can get you to do all sorts of things that, you know, like, you would consider evil otherwise, but you justify it because it's your family and you protect your family. The next Messiah needs to hurry so we can get a new canon of religion. Listen, I am the next Messiah, and here is the new canon. There is no God. There's no afterlife. What we have is this one life, and we have to make sure that we make sure that everybody is housed and fed, and that we respect everybody, and that we make sure that the one life that we all live is lived to the fullest. And because it's the only life we live, that life is sacred. Taking a life means destroying it. There's no afterlife. There's nothing after that. There's no coming back from it. So live your life knowing that it's the only one that you have, and knowing that it's the only one that everyone else has. And I think you will find there's a lot more to respect in other people, and there's a lot more to find sacred in life. I think trauma, being a slave, etc., then brainwashed, and the pressure of the universe, being told to withhold emotion, he just exploded. Lots of issues there. If only Yoda was empathetic. Yeah, Yoda really fucked up there. Yoda gave him really bad advice. If you read some of the books that get in his head, even in the Obi-Wan series, it's very obvious how he hates himself and wants out, but doesn't know how. Yes, and that is actually, I would say, pretty true to how people get so. Like, I think there's probably a ton of people, like in the Republican Party, who absolutely despise what they're doing. But they don't really see another way. They know that what they've created is evil. They know that they are perpetrating evil, but they're stuck into it. Doesn't excuse what they're doing. And, but I think for a lot of those people, I think that's probably what it is. And it ends up with a lot of broken people, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, who, you know, grew up in Austria after World War II. And he talked about how he grew up in a country of broken men, men who devoted their lives to the Nazi cause for nothing, who are just shells of their former selves because they have to live with the horrors of what they've done. No. Oh no, wrong way. Oh, but that's right. I want to do both anyway because there are... Yeah. Oh, whatever. Well, I guess I get to do this one a third time. It's been so long since I've played Mario Wonder, I've just... You want to see new Jedi versus those of the old ways? That would be an interesting conflict. Yeah, I have to do this 2 more times because I missed one of the coins on the wrong track. Jedi Council kind of feels like neolibs. Oh yeah, for sure. And they're pretty ineffective. There we go. A deep dive into the Witches of Dathomir and how they gauge their magic use would be interesting. She held her own against City of Sudoku. Oh, well, have you played the Respawn Jedi games? Because Marin is a Night Sister. She's like the last surviving member of the Night Sisters of Dathomir. And, you know, I think they haven't explored a whole bunch on how she uses her powers. Honestly, like, the mechanisms behind how anybody uses their powers isn't really that interesting to me. The Force is magic, right? It's, you know, seeing what they can do with it, I think is, you know, that's the interesting stuff. And maybe the philosophy around how they use it. I think that's interesting. Okay. Now I just have to remember to hug this wall. There we are. Force initiated testicular torsion is your go-to move. I feel like that's a dark side move. Is she the one with the Slovakian accent? I've not finished it yet, but I did enjoy some little... Yes. She, yeah. Actually, I think the actress is Russian. So I don't think it's a Slovakian accent. I think it's a Russian accent. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I looked it up and I thought she was Russian. But, you know, Slavic accent, similar sounding. It is a dark side move. That's why Jedis can't have kids. Well, the thing is, there's nothing about Jedis not being able to have kids. Jedi aren't allowed to have attachments, but that doesn't mean they can't be fuckboys. So, like, you know, there's the whole thing with Obi-Wan and is it Sabine Wren? Oh, who was it? Why am I blanking on her name? Satine Kryze, that's right. Sabine Wren is from Rebels. Like, he had you know, an on again, off again relationship with her. It's about the attachment. I don't know. I think the Jedi philosophy is pretty weird. And I would like to see more direct critique of it. And I feel like the Acolyte's trying to do that. Jedis be like, don't worry, son, I'm off to get some blue milk and then never return. Yeah, pretty much. And I think Anakin gave a pretty, like, good rationalization of, you know, how he's allowed to love. Because, you know, when he tells, when he's flirting with Padme and she's like, oh, I thought Jedi weren't allowed to love. He's like, oh, Jedi, we're taught compassion, which is, like, unconditional love, you know? Like I think we're encouraged to love. What they're encouraged to do is to not have attachments. Which, unfortunately, is kind of what, you know, romantic love is generally seen as, is, you know, having an attachment to a person. I already did that one. What shows are you currently watching now, Gayfish? Well, I'm watching The Acolyte. I'm probably gonna start watching The Boys. I know the Boys season 4 just started. I know Demon Mama wanted to watch that one with me. We usually hang out a couple times a month and watch TV shows and stuff, so I think I'm gonna hold off on that one until I'm hanging out with her next. What other shows am I watching? Star Trek Prodigy is coming out July 1st. I think all 20 episodes are gonna drop on Netflix at the same time, so that's coming up. You think having someone not good or bad call out both Jedi and Sith as indoctrination and labels of the Force threads, weaves, links, whatever would be interesting? Yeah, definitely. I think power should always be critiqued, and the Jedi definitely are a instrument of power in the Republic. Oh no! There we are. You've always felt light side is knowledge and dark side is emotion, and that way, Anakin was always a dark Jedi. Well, I would say that the dark side is passion, but sure, I could see that as a way to explain it. Anakin is Jamie Lannister. Anakin and Jamie Lannister at a bar. Let me hear that convo. Well, listen. I think Jamie and Luke might have have a little bit in common there too. Particularly their relationships to their sister. If dark side is passion, then you're a Sith 100%. Okay, but you have to remember that, like, being a Sith is also it's also a lot about murder and stuff, you know? Like, again, I want to critique the dichotomy. You're not just a Jedi or a Sith. The Force is far beyond just those two philosophies. Didn't I say there were some good Siths? I don't think I did. I said there are good dark side users, like Marin, but she's not a Sith. She's a Night Sister. No, I don't think there are any good Sith. I think the Sith is a morally bankrupt and evil ideology that is, you know, that if it's not itself fascistic, it's definitely happy to utilize fascism to achieve its goals. Imagine I told you red is evil and blue is good, then you go to a new country devoid of those notions where no one cares, send a Jedi Sith out like this as they realize the world around them. Yeah, like, well, and also, like, I don't necessarily think that having a red lightsaber is evil. You're bleeding your kyber crystal, you're infusing it with your passion. And it just so happens that it's what the Sith do, and not what the Jedi do. But again, I think a lot of these are just like aesthetic distinctions through the lens of like dogma, you know? And I would say that that's actually ultimately a big problem with just the general fandom menace, is that they hold to this dogmatic view of what they think Star Wars is supposed to be, and they are unwilling to open themselves up to other ideas because of it. They hold this dogma. They have this idea that this is what Star Wars is, and they won't listen to anything else. Anything else is bad and verboten, and, pissing on George Lucas's grave or whatever they're saying it is these days. I am anti-dogma. I think people need to be willing to examine their prior held beliefs at pretty much all times. I think power as an institution should always be critiqued. I think if your argument is it shouldn't be this way because it's always been done this other way, that's a bad argument. That is arguments from tradition or just dogmatism. Generally speaking, I would say dogmatism is one of the big problems with the world. You never got into Star Trek, but that's cool. Star Trek is a fun franchise. And one thing that I like about Star Trek is, like, one of its fundamental things. So, like, if you know anything about Star Trek, you've probably heard of the Prime Directive, which is that the Enterprise, when it visits a new planet, is not allowed to interfere with the development of another race, of another planet, and especially if they are pre-warp, they're not supposed to, like, involve themselves at all, really, and just supposed to observe from a distance. But sometimes, many episodes, in fact, some of the best episodes, come to a point where holding to the dogma of the Prime Directive of saying, oh, we have to practice non-interference, sometimes that ends up being the immoral choice. And so very many episodes have the captain deciding to violate the Prime Directive in order to do the right thing. And I think that is... I think that makes for interesting storytelling. I think that means that the Prime Directive is not some dogmatic thing that must always be held to, even though, according to the Federation Charter, according to Starfleet, it is. And I messed that up. But I think it makes a really good plot device that makes for interesting storytelling. And I'm dead. For someone new to Star Trek and wants to watch, where should you start? I would say, if you don't care about, like, whether it's new or old stuff, and you want, I would recommend starting with The Next Generation. And I would probably look up an episode guide for essential episodes for the first couple seasons, because it takes a couple seasons to really find its feet. But also, because it's an episodic show, you're not really going to be missing a whole bunch by not seeing particular episodes or whatnot. Like, because there's not like, oh, there's a big story arc that I missed out on. There's not a whole lot of that in The Next Generation. But also, if you want to see big story arcs, but also older stuff, Deep Space Nine is where they really started doing that stuff. Come here. Come on, I need to bait you into getting that. There we are. Okay. Now I can get this. But if you want to watch new stuff, I would highly recommend starting with Strange New Worlds. It is also an episodic series. Like, each episode is a fairly standalone story, and I think that's where Star Trek is best. But it also, because, you know, it's made in the modern era, there are, like, character arcs that are recurring between, different episodes and stuff like that. So it still has a lot of that element of watching ongoing stories. But yeah, so if you don't care about new versus old, watch The Next Generation or Deep Space Nine. If you want to watch something ongoing and new, watch Strange New Worlds. Also, as a honorable mention, you should take a look at Prodigy. Season 2 is just about to start, and Prodigy is a great way to get kids into Star Trek, because it is a kids show, but I think it's also just a really solid show. The first like couple episodes of Prodigy felt almost like Clone Wars, but then it really starts to develop its own identity and really starts feeling like Star Trek pretty soon after that. And it's very obviously made by people with a deep love for Star Trek. And Prodigy is technically a sequel series to Voyager. There's a lot of recurring characters from Star Trek Voyager that are in it, but it's not written in a way that you need to have seen Voyager to get it. That's just like a bonus, because again, it's a kids show, so it's made as an entry point for kids to get into Star Trek. All of the Voyager nods, that's just for, you know, us fans and, like, you know, parents who grew up watching Voyager and now their kids are watching a TV show. They're like, oh, I remember Captain Janeway, yeah. Oh yeah, and the one with the 500 cigarettes meme, yeah, that's the Orville, I guess. I don't actually know that meme, but yeah, the Orville is also, I've only seen a couple episodes of it, but a lot of people have a lot of good things to say about it, and I've liked what I've seen. Oh, I lost that one. I've liked a lot of what I've seen from the Orville. I need to, like, go back and watch. I remember the first episode, I was like, okay, this just feels like somebody wanted to throw dick and fart jokes into The Next Generation, but within a couple episodes, it just became clear, oh no, they just wanted to make The Next Generation. The dick and fart jokes were just there because, like, Seth MacFarlane was making it, and that was what the studios expected from him. But really, what he cared about was making more Star Trek. And, you know, Seth MacFarlane, huge Trekkie, lifelong Trekkie. And he even is in... I think he has a cameo appearance in Star Trek Enterprise. Like a non-speaking one, but he just shows up in an episode as, like, an engineer or something. And I have my issues with Seth MacFarlane, but, like, generally speaking, he seems like a fairly progressive dude. Not always, he's not always, like, right on the money on everything. I think he has a lot of stuff to learn. I know that there was, like, there's an episode, and I did watch this episode of the Orville where they basically had one of the characters gives birth, and he's a species that they're all male, but he gives birth to a girl, which is supposedly something that almost never happens. And according to their culture, when women are born, they must be forcibly transitioned to men. And the episode ends with them doing that, with them performing that surgery. And a lot of people felt like it was not well handled. And I think there's, it's my understanding that in, like, season 3, they actually go back and address that and deal with his daughter, who, is just like, it's just like, I was a girl, but you forced me to be a boy. And I haven't watched that episode, so I could be wrong on the details there. But it's my understanding that a lot of people thought that episode did a lot to address the issues from. But oh yeah, Galaxy Quest. Oh, Galaxy Quest is a fantastic movie. By the way, like there's a there has long been like a kind of an unofficial rule in Star Trek that the even-numbered movies are good and the odd-numbered movies are bad. But Star Trek Nemesis is an even-numbered movie, and it's generally considered the worst of the TNG movies. However, Galaxy Quest came out between Star Trek Nemesis and or Star Trek Insurrection and Star Trek Nemesis, and a lot of people, man, I am just not getting tops. A lot of people are would consider that like that's the good Star Trek movie. So we still have the even odd rule because we had Insurrection, which was I still like Insurrection. It wasn't the greatest movie, but you know it was a little weaker. But it's not everyone's favorite. But so you have Insurrection, the bad movie, and then Galaxy Quest, the good movie, and then Nemesis, the bad movie. And I think with that, if you consider Galaxy Quest to be a okay, now that I've got that, I can go back to the other zones. If you consider Galaxy Quest to be an official Star Trek movie, it all maintains it, and Galaxy Quest is made with the deepest love and respect for Star Trek. Patrick Stewart did not want to see the movie. He saw a trailer for it and he thought it was just mocking everything that he had done. And then Jonathan Frakes called him up and said, "Patrick, go see it in a crowded theater. You're gonna love it." And he watched it and he said he was laughing harder than anybody else in the theater. He said he was getting jokes nobody else was because it was very true to his experience as a Star Trek actor. But yeah, Galaxy Quest, great movie. If you've never seen Star Trek beforehand, there's going to be a lot you're probably going to miss. There are some jokes that are very much just like base knowledge Star Trek lore that you'll probably pick up on and just you'll get it. But Galaxy Quest is truly a movie made by and for Star Trek fans. Also, hey, Gray, Scowling? How do I pronounce that? Is Nemesis worse than First Contact? I haven't seen Nemesis in a long time. First Contact is the best of the TNG movies, so yes, Nemesis is worse than First Contact. There's, not to say that there's nothing valuable to be gained from Nemesis, but I think Nemesis is the worst of the TNG movies. Also positive, it's like one of Tom Hardy's early roles playing Picard's clone, and I thought he did a pretty good job as the villain of the movie. But there's some really unfortunate things in that movie, like there's a wholly unnecessary SA plot line that is just not deftly handled at all. I don't even remember which pipes. It's been so long since I played this, I'm gonna have to relearn where all the pipes are. Is it... Do I push you? I push you, don't I? Yes. Oh wait, that's right. There it is. Yeah, First Contact is the one with time travel and the Borg. Technically, there are 2 time travel TNG movies. Because there's because Generations has time travel isn't the main point of the story, but the Nexus exists outside time, and Kirk is in the Nexus, and that's how Kirk and Picard are able to team up. Okay, I know it's one of these pipes. Is it this one? Yes. Oh yeah, First Contact is generally considered the best of the TNG movies. Now, I know Red Letter Media didn't like it, but Red Letter Media didn't like any of the TNG movies, so that's not a surprise. I love First Contact. That scene where they assimilate them outside the ship was a nightmare for me. Oh, that whole sequence, the deflector array sequence, that is such a cool scene. And, the guy who got assimilated in that scene, I think, is canonically, or I don't know if canonically, because the books aren't counted as canon, but I'm pretty sure they have established that he is gay. Which is funny because, like, I think the actor who plays him is actually a pretty conservative Christian, so that's a little funny, but, you know. Can I go in these? Yes, there is something down here. But yeah, Lieutenant Hawk, who was the helmsman for the Enterprise E. You binged them all when you first moved out to the West Coast, and maybe Generation just had you in a goofy mindset for the second one. Could be. I actually, and I've talked about this on stream before, I think, but I have been working on a bit of fan fiction where I'm basically rewriting Generations. And a big part of the rewrite is that I don't just want Kirk and Picard to team up. I want the two Enterprises to team up. And so what I have done is I am taking the plot from yesterday's Enterprise of a past ship named Enterprise getting sent through time to interact with the main Enterprise, but it causes a change in the timeline because that Enterprise wasn't where it was supposed to be. I'm taking that plot, but instead of the Enterprise C, it's the Enterprise A. Before the Night King arm raise, there was the Borg. You know, and so much of what we have established as the Borg came from First Contact, because obviously the Borg showed up several times in the Next Generation. I think they were in... There was two Borg two-parters. There was the Best of Both Worlds and Descent. So that's 4 episodes there. And then there was You Who, which was the first episode with the Borg, and then there was I, Borg, which had Hugh. And I think those are all of the Borg episodes for TNG. But a lot of what was really established as Borg lore came from the movie. Like the whole like green aesthetic to them wasn't really a thing until the movies. The way that they assimilate by injecting you with little tubes from their hands, that was in the movies. Before that, assimilation was like a process of like you know, like grabbing you and taking you to the ship, and then like slowly over a period of time attaching instruments to you and stuff. Hey. But yeah, like, I would say that First Contact is really when they kind of establish the Borg is more zombie-like. Like, you know, the way where... Oh, shoot. Oh, wow, good save. Oh no, I missed it. I needed to hit it from below. I'm just... not doing the greatest. Man, I am getting hit all over the place, and I got the... it's official, I'm a bottom. Everything is always scary with Mystique. You never want to find out who the White Walkers are or how they're made in the books. Yeah, generally speaking, I would agree. I think I like it when the monster isn't shown very much in horror movies. I think your imagination is scarier than anything that a makeup artist can come up with. And, like, yeah, with Voyager, I think a lot of people felt like doing so many Borg episodes kind of defanged the Borg. There we go. Hey, Crease, how's it going? When you see the Scorpion destroy the Borg with ease, you were like, WTF, you would just leave it at that. I'm actually trying to remember... Was it... What was it that they did? Because I know Chakotay... Because Chakotay had joined those X-Borg at one point, so he had already had experience with a collective hive mind. And so they had him, like, hook into the Borg consciousness to, like, appeal to the humanity of Seven of Nine. But what else did they do there? Just remember they found a Borg sphere or cube obliterated and acid liquid, etc. The Mystique was scary when you knew how strong the Borg is. Right. Okay, so in Scorpion, it was the Borg were dealing with species 8472. That's right. They had created a species that was a threat to the Borg that could not be assimilated by the Borg. and so they had entered into an alliance of convenience with the Borg because they shared an enemy. But then they found out that the Borg were in conflict with Species 8472 because they started it.
All this sand. Why here? Why me?
M plus night for you? I don't know what that means. Oh, Mythic Plus, gotcha. Hope Mario Wonder's going well. You know, it's been a while since I've played it, so there's some, like, stuff that I've forgotten, and I haven't been 100%ing every level like I have been trying to do. But, you know, that makes it more interesting, I guess. I'm not just playing it rote, I'm having to remember where everything is. Is this the one that's just faster? Yeah, it's just faster. Wish you could play platform. Also, hi Hazel Davis. Wish you could play platformers, but you have the reflexes of a slice of warm brie. Way more fun watching you play. Well, I wouldn't say my reflexes are the best. I'm definitely not the greatest platformer, but you know, it's fun. Also, Kreese, thank you so much for joining as a minnow. Thank you for your channel membership. It's greatly appreciated. Night King and Borg Queen equals AI Snowman Tenji connection scary.
Wow. Well, that was something.
Oops, wrong button. Oh, and I guess Barbara Worst Away Mason was gifted a membership. Thank you for that gifted membership, Kreese. And Barbara, I hope you enjoy it. I'm sure I butchered your name. Sorry about that, but...
Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho!
Yeah, I don't care about that. This one I might want to grab. Oh, that one is just there to... No!
What's going on? Intruder! Intruder! Intruder!
Oh no, I missed it.
Goes there?
All right, have a good one, John and Ghost. Thanks for hanging out.
Hi again.
Subscribe and drop by when you can. Good checking out. Like, appreciate it. Well, yeah, I enjoyed you in chat. I hope to see you again in the future. Okay, so there's a couple of these things. There's the second and the third. Here we go. No! Come on. This way. One last thing, you disliked The Last Jedi, but me and your brother loved it. You prefer to get along through disagreement than echo chambers regardless of opinions. Think I make good points? Yeah, I understand criticisms of The Last Jedi. I understand it's not for everyone. I love it. I think it's one of the best Star Wars movies out there, but I definitely understand people who don't like it, and I don't hold it against people. I definitely say that when people say they don't like The Last Jedi, I am probably going to side-eye them a little bit. I am a little suspicious of people who say that, but it doesn't necessarily, like, I think there's legitimate reasons for it. It's just, it's like how I was talking about earlier, how the fandom menace types make criticism of Star Wars more difficult, because I have criticisms for Disney Star Wars, but I fear that if I levy them, people are going to lump me in with the fandom menace types, and so they make it, they make things worse for everyone. Oh, you're from Ireland. Well, I don't know any Irish, but I don't know what I'm gonna say. Anyway, I have Irish ancestry, so I guess I was trying to say something there. But yeah, have a good one. We just say Slan for goodbye. All right, well, Slan. I know there's something over here. Yes. I found Captain Toad. You liked TLJ, but you can definitely see how it was not for everyone. It felt really fresh when you saw it. Remember thinking, huh, didn't expect that a lot of times. Yeah. And I do remember, like, people had criticisms of how it was just like, oh, it's subverting expectations, but, like, by setting things up in a way that, you know, people would expect a story to go, and then going, you dumbass, you thought that it was following normal story conventions? That's on you. Like, I can understand people who had that criticism of it. I liked it. I liked the subversion of expectations. I do think that, like, subverting expectations just to subvert expectations can get pretty obnoxious. I think it can be done badly. I really liked The Last Jedi. Oh, there's one right here. People still say subverting expectations is the way to criticize the newer Star Wars. You don't even like the franchise. Like, yeah, for sure.
It's time to fly. All right, this way. Hang in there, okay?
Oh no, I'm dead. Blame J.J. Abrams for putting Ryan Johnson in a block. Yeah. I mean, I do. Like, I have said that for people who have critiques of Luke Skywalker from The Last Jedi, like, that was the logical consequence of where his character, son of a bitch, of where his character was left at the end of The Force Awakens. And I think to ignore where he had been, to ignore the fact that he had basically abandoned the galaxy right as fascism is on the rise again.
Hang in there, okay?
To ignore that, not criticize it, and act like, nope, it was totally fine that he had just, you know, vanished when the galaxy needed him most, and not explore what would make him do that. That would have been a betrayal of what was established. I blame J.J. Abrams for a lot of the problems with the sequel trilogy. And I think it's just a general critique that I have that J.J. Abrams writes using the mystery box technique, and he never should have made that like TED talk about the mystery box, because now we all know what his whole shtick is, and it's very obvious and it's very tiring. I think he uses the mystery box instead of trying to actually come up with compelling narratives. He and like it's evident basically all the way back in Lost. Like I know he only wrote the pilot episode of Lost. He didn't have anything to do with it beyond that. He wrote and directed it, but after that it was Lindelof. But like that is kind of like indicative that he wrote all of those initial mysteries into Lost and had absolutely no idea where they were going. He just wrote them to be mysterious. And so I think ultimately, and this is something that I didn't appreciate at the time when we had the series finale for Lost, but the ultimate point of the series finale in Lost was that, like, people who, like, it's not about solving the mysteries, it's not about getting the answers to every single, like, weird thing that happened, because, like, it's all made up anyway, right? What really matters is, you know, the relationships that were built through the run of the show. It's the friends we made along the way, right? And I think while a lot of people were not satisfied with the ending of Lost, I think if they had made one that was so just completely focused on answering the mysteries and less on the emotional catharsis of the show and of all of those people who had, you know, grown to know and love each other, I think that would have been a bigger betrayal. You're a Lost Ending defender? Well, and I'm kind of doing a Lost Ending defense right now. I still wasn't the most satisfied with it, but I will admit that a big part of that is just because I was kind of caught up in that thought of, no, you have to explain what's going on with the island at all times. And I think part of that mindset is the same kind of a mindset as, like, the people who are like, this thing in Star Wars doesn't make sense because it violated what was established in this other thing. And, you know, like, this 2003 trading card said Ki-Adi-Mundi couldn't have been alive at the time of the Acolyte. It's that same kind of a thing where you're so fixated on, like, the minutia, the facts and figures there, that you forget to pay attention to, like, the heart of the story. You know, you forget to pay attention to the actual, like, point of the story, the message of the story. It's not about the what, it's about the how and the why.
way you gonna go?
Okay, now I'm going back up. Oh, wait. You felt it was a fair ending, and as you said, there was no way to satisfactorily close out all mysteries. You do wish they hadn't waited until the last season to sort their shit out for some of them, though. Yeah, well, and also, too, one of the problems that they had was that they would, like, go and read some of the fan theories, and when people would figure out some of the stuff they were planning, instead of still doing it, they're like, oh shit, they figured it out, now we have to come up with something else. But the thing is, if you have done your work to set up the answer for the mystery, you shouldn't be surprised when people come up with it. When Game of Thrones confirmed that Jon Snow was a Targaryen, like, that was a long-standing fan theory that was pretty obvious from the clues that George Martin was laying down in the books. And so people were excited when it was finally confirmed because, like, they knew. They had done the work. They had looked at the clues. They had seen what George was putting down, and they figured it out. And to say, oh, no, you're wrong, all these clues that I put, you know, because of literary foreshadowing, you were stupid to believe that stuff. Like, that's an insult to do that. So I think a really good mystery reveal needs to be deduced beforehand. And if somebody does it, you applaud them. You don't pull the rug out from under them and say, oh no, it's something else because you figured it out and I need you to still be surprised. Like, that's not good writing. It seems strange to not want the fans to be right. Yeah, exactly. Fans love it when their fan theories are confirmed. Generally. I will say, though, that a pretty common fan theory for How I Met Your Mother was that Ted was telling the story to his kids because their mother died and he wanted to date Robin. And that ended up being the actual answer. That ended up being what the show was about, and it was the worst possible ending that the show could have had. And I wish that they had undone that one, you know, because I hated that ending. Like, every single time I saw somebody suggest it, I'm like, that's so stupid. They wouldn't do that. That's so awful. And then they did it. I'm definitely not getting the stars on this one, or all the coins. Yeah, I think it's 90 seconds to get all 4 coins. No! Okay, I got all 3 coins. I said 4 coins, I meant 3 coins. I got them all. All right. Damn, that's got, that has some wiggle room there. I thought for sure I wasn't getting all 3. Oh, I've got like 1,000 coins. I need to spend some of these. Let's find the shop. Keep. What bugged me about Lost Sending was so many people who didn't understand it. Like, I remember telling a friend of mine who had watched like the earlier seasons but kind of gave up what it was, and he's just like, lol, so they were in the afterlife the whole time, the island was the afterlife. And I'm like, that's not what I said. You weren't listening to me. And then he went and like made a big post talking about how he was right about Lost all the time, and of course they went with that. I'm just like, but that's not what they did. You weren't even understanding what I was telling you. The afterlife wasn't the island. The afterlife was the flash forwards that they had in the last season. They like, and maybe you could make an argument that they kind of wanted to have their cake and eat it too, that they wanted to have the afterlife ending but couldn't reveal that the island was the afterlife. That's why they came up with the flash forwards. But it still is different enough that it wasn't, oh yeah, they were dead the whole time, because they very clearly weren't. JJ did the same thing to Star Wars as Lost, but can't be blamed for movie 2. Well, I think, honestly, like, I think JJ Abrams can, in certain senses, be, like, used to start something. Like, Star Trek 2009, I thought was a great movie. And one of the reasons that I thought it was so great was because JJ Abrams built his strengths of like establishing just enough, like he had like, I would say it's like the theme park versions of the idea of what everyone has of the TOS characters, but not in an offensive way. I thought it worked pretty well, and just the way that they respected the Star Trek canon by establishing this as a separate universe. Like, textually they state that, yeah, this is an alternate universe from the original movies. What they did with that is then I was just like, okay, great. So you're not beholden to canon, which means that for the next movie, you could do anything. You could tell any story you want. And then the next movie, he just wanted to remake Wrath of Khan. That was awful. And like, he clearly didn't understand Wrath of Khan as he remade it. He like was just doing it for like the you know, he wasn't even remaking Wrath of Khan. He was remaking the idea people have of Wrath of Khan in their heads. The way that like he didn't really make Kirk, he made like the pop culture version of Kirk. Because Kirk wasn't this like cowboy womanizer as he was portrayed in the in the movie. Like in the TV show, he wasn't like that. It's just this pop culture idea of him. But so because of that, because Wrath of Khan has generally been considered the best Star Trek movie, they have to be like, well, Khan is like Kirk's ultimate nemesis because of that. And I don't agree with that. I think Khan was outmatched by Kirk. I think Khan definitely did real damage to Kirk, but I think it's just because it's a memorable movie that people are just like, oh yeah, that means Khan is the most like dangerous villain Kirk has ever faced. No, he wasn't. Like, Kirk was facing down a conspiracy built up of like Federation Klingon and Romulans to basically undermine the peace process in Star Trek 6. Like a conspiracy of 3 different species, like their governments trying to undermine peace. I would say that is far more threatening than a dude who stole a spaceship. I would say that the threat posed in Star Trek 6 was surpassed the threat posed in Star Trek 2. But more people remember Wrath of Khan. So Khan is the most dangerous foe they've ever faced. They literally call Spock Prime up on Skype, and he's just like, yes, Khan Noonien Singh is the most dangerous foe we've ever faced. And like, okay, at least for Spock, like, he died facing Khan, so I can understand a little bit maybe why he would say that. But like, yeah, it wasn't. It was clearly he wasn't just saying that from Spock's perspective. He was saying that to be an acknowledgement of Wrath of Khan in that movie. You know, and it didn't work for me. I think Star Trek Into Darkness is the worst Star Trek movie by far. It's not even close. Star Trek 09 was fun. You got to see it in theaters. Oh yeah, that was a great theater experience. God, I love that movie. Was that the second new one or the third Into Darkness? Into Darkness was the second. Star Trek Beyond was the third one. I really liked Star Trek Beyond. I think Star Trek Beyond was a really good movie. And I want to see Simon Pegg write more of them, because Simon Pegg wrote that one, and man, did he understand that was what was missing from the previous two, was putting McCoy and Spock together and just having them bicker the whole movie. Like that's the soul of Star Trek. Like, that was, like, the best parts of the original series was just the banter between McCoy and Spock. Where'd my water bottle go? Oh, there it went. It was hiding. It was disguised as a water bottle. Alright. But yeah, like, that... Like I said, it kind of, you know, fits the whole, even movie good, odd movie bad. If we consider Star Trek 09 to be an even movie because of Galaxy Quest offsetting Nemesis, then we've got Star Trek 09 as a good, even movie, and Star Trek Into Darkness as a bad, odd movie. That's not the one I wanted to grab, but whatever. You checked out before the halfway mark of Into Darkness. Well, good news is you do not need to have seen Into Darkness to watch Beyond. You can just go straight from 09 to Beyond.
Hey, I'm here.
But yeah, like, I hate so much that scene in Into Darkness when Han reveals his name. He's like, my name is Han. And like, he's saying that not for the benefit of Kirk, because Kirk doesn't know who the fuck he is when he says that. He's saying it for the audience. He's saying it to be the big reveal to the audience going, oh my god, this villain, he's Khan the whole time. You're supposed to be in shock. Except that we'd all figured it out. Like, fans already knew that Benedict Cumberbatch was going to be playing Khan. And when they announced that he was playing a new character called John Harrison, we're just like, yeah, no, but he's actually Khan, right? And they're like, no, he's not Khan. Like, literally, I think J.J. Abrams or one of the producers literally said, no, you guys are wrong. He's not Khan. He's a new character. But then it turns out we were right and he was Khan. But the way the film is treating it is like, yeah, you dumb bastard. You thought this was a new character. No, he's Khan the whole time. No, we knew that. We had figured it out. Fuck. I did not mean to butt pound there. And that's insulting. I fucking hate that. Damn it. Oh well.
That's a long way down.
You love hearing me ramble about nerdy shows. It's great. Yeah. You know, and I love talking Star Trek. I think a couple streams ago I was talking about how I was worried that I was like kind of losing Star Trek as a special interest because I went and binged all of season 5 of Discovery, and I was not into it at all. I didn't care. I like got to the finale and watched it all, and I felt nothing, and that really sucked. But yeah, you get me talking Star Trek, and I could just go forever. So it's still there. Ow. There we go. All right, what do we got here? Which one is this? Pole block allure. No, I lost my bubbles. What happened there? I like looked away to look at chat and I just ran off a cliff. Okay. No!
Hurry!
I'm hurrying. Hey, don't.
Way to go!
Oh, I can do this.
Way to go!
I made it. And I think that is 6 special stage seeds, so I should, yeah. So I should be able to do this gun now. Oh, hell yes. Are y'all ready for a song? Ow. And I just died. Oh, welcome back, Sai. Alright, let's do this again. And try not to fuck up. Oh my god, really? I did not mean to ground pound there. Hey, Dragon Knight, how was your stream? Oh yeah, Wendell I bet if you translate what they said from flower to English, it would be some probably just the lyrics to something from Little Shop of Horrors. Feed me, Seymour! It is kind of jammy. Oh yeah, no. It's not as good as the first one, but it is great. Yeah, the first one with the singing guys is just, it's such a great moment when you realize, oh wow, this game's gonna have fun with the Wonder Flowers. Oh no. All right.
Nice job.
After 90 hours of gameplay, you crafted yourself a hunting rifle. What game are you playing again? It was a survival game. You said the name earlier, but I forgot. Icarus, that's right. Where's this go? I think to the, yeah. The one that I need more seeds. Hang on just a second here. So I'm actually thinking I'm gonna call it here. But I see that Keldoge is streaming, so I am gonna send you all his way. So, go wish him a warm Gayfish raid, and I will see you all next time. And if you aren't here, I'll remember. I'm taking attendance, and I do grade on attendance. Bye. I love you.